left my heart like an abandoned car. Older one, no use at all. But I used to be free. We're gonna separate ourselves tonight. We're always running scared but holding knives. But there's a black chandelier. It's casting shadows and lies. Drip, 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 drip. Hi, Bailey. Feel like in a trade in the skin, we begin to relax, to relax. The two of us, a cute little cup. You left my heart like an abandoned car. Older one and no use at all. And I used to be free. We're gonna separate ourselves tonight. We're always running scared but holding knives. But there's a black chandelier. It's casting shadows and lies. Like an abandoned car. Old and worn and in shadows and lies. It's casting shadows and lies. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing out there? It is fantastic to see all of you, to see so many of you. I'm glad that you guys get to see B as well, because he's here now as well, which is nice for everyone. Little bit of cat. Everyone likes to see a bit of B on a Monday morning, you know? It's a bit of a rough day. Yes, my office rework didn't work, but that's not the point. Okay, you're gonna go have a snack. Good boy. Good boy. Well, we might as well press the live button. Hello. Ooh, that's dark. Oh, that also isn't working. What is that strange line on my screen? There we go. That's much better. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? It's a pleasure to see you all. Thank you all very much for being here. I can hear Bailey shouting at the spare human. It's very funny. Because, of course, Bailey has been fed once, but that's not enough for Bailey. No, Bailey wants to be fed at least 3 more times today. I'm a bit grainy. Is the light off? Let me turn the light up. That might be helpful. It's because it's very, very bright here today. Because apparently someone was like, yeah, we're going to turn the sun up to maximum. Oh. Well, that shouldn't be down where it was. Remember, because I've reworked my office, I will need to rework some of the... What's the word? Some of the chroma keys. I wouldn't mind some sun. That is very true, Phoebus, yes. I'll say good morning to all of you. It's absolutely lovely seeing all of you here. It's a great way for me to start my Monday, and makes it a little bit easier for me because it's been a rough few days. I had to redo my office and then unredo my office, which was not great. Turned out that what I planned didn't work. So we are still on the lookout for a new desk. I've got an idea or two provided by the community kindly. And we'll move forward with that in the long term. I think of all the people who could probably do with the sponsorship for a desk, you know, I feel like my story of having a crippled spine, you know, just being generally a little bit broken, it's kind of compelling. I think a sponsor out there would like that. So I think that what I might do is reach out to a couple of parties and say, hey, look, there's an opportunity here. Let's do something. And see if we can find somewhere that does like good desks. It looks like people have already stripped down their deep desert stuff. So I will have to go and take this all apart. Oh, everything feels weird because I've moved everything around. Good morning, Sharon. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. You use 2 desks united in a small piece of shelf. Yeah, I could put a bit of shelf on there as well. I've got 2 desks united as well, but ultimately it's just about what's needed. Hello, are you back? Hi. Does this button still work? It does. Look, see, everyone gets to... Did you move out of the way of the camera? As you can see, I'm still doing the stuff behind me, but B likes to investigate it every single time the room is slightly different. So, cat. Okay, you're going up there. Yeah, you like that, don't you? Yeah. You want me to open the window? Okay. I do love you, little cat, but you are a little goblin. Little goblin, aren't you? Okay, Bailey is going outside. So in fact, I'll do this. If I do this, I turn the cat cam on. you can see that what I've done over here is, whereas my desk was before, I put in a small sort of chest of drawers so that B can get up onto the desk more easily. Because this last like 10, 15 centimeters of depth compared to this one, which is much further back, is enough that I think he was struggling with it. He is much happier getting on top of this than he is on top of this. So I think the fact that he can jump up onto here and then just step up, he really likes. So he's been enjoying that for the past couple of days. I don't know if you can... I'm not going to do that. He's just sat outside the window right now. So yeah, because obviously Bailey's 15. This is only... Good question. Well put. It's only 53 centimeters tall. Or for those of you who still use feet and inches, it's 21 inches tall. Whereas the desk next to it is the full 75, the top 29 inches. And I think that 8 inches of difference for him jumping up makes a big difference. Basically, everything in my life I cater towards the cat. And I'm fine with that. But if anyone has an issue with it, now's your chance to raise it. Because ultimately, like, why not? Why wouldn't I? It's hard to see we are older now. This is the black and white of you I found. Bailey is my priority. Yeah. He's a good cat. Kept me going the past couple of days. I was a little bit frustrated with myself for not measuring my desks properly and a few other bits and bobs that went wrong during the process, because it's very easy to make a little mistake like that, but I'm also the kind of person who, when I make a small mistake like that, I hold it against myself quite heavily, because realistically I should have just thought it through, right? So I wasn't the most happy with myself when I realized that I'd measured my desks wrongly, but hey, we are where we are. Will we get bigger backpacks in Dune? No, you never get a larger backpack, but what you will get is larger vehicles for storing things in. So that's what I would make kind of clear. That's the difference between, as you kind of tier up, you'll get the scout you'll get the sandbike, then you'll get the buggy, then you'll get the light ornithopter, then you'll get the medium ornithopter. See, I'm getting in there with my renaming conventions already. No, I'm not. What they are doing is, on the PTR, they are changing the category for light ornithopter and assault ornithopter, because they want to add more variants long term, which I think is quite cool as a concept. I like the idea of there being more ornithopters than just the basic ones that we have. Why is there so much random shite in this box? That's definitely a Chronos problem. There's just 20 liters of water in there as well. Why not? Apparently that's just how I do. Pull you down. So you're looking for a larger ornithopter if you're wanting more storage, and you just need to run around with the ornithopter that's appropriate to the job that you're doing. But how is everyone else doing? Did you all have a good weekend? What did you all get up to? Enough about me. Boring. I will also potentially look like I have more light, like more life in me, sorry, despite the light change, because apparently my camera's had some weird stuff applied and it wasn't working properly. Hello, humane world for animals. How are you doing? How are you doing being back at work? For those of you who obviously don't know, this is a Humane World for Animals, obviously great cause here on Twitch, but run by a good friend of mine. The Twitch account generally, on the streaming side. I thought it might be nice. How are you doing? Who else was it going to be this early on a Monday morning? Someone in main Brit time zone. Damn. Okay, sent us through. Spent the weekend resting. Good to catch a stream. Well, I'm glad that you could catch a stream. It's nice to see you. God damn. Um, 3 weeks of emails is not the fun one to catch up on. I'm going to be real with you. That sounds not fun. Also, does anyone else get the thing like when you don't do your job for like 3 weeks and you go on holiday, you come back and you're just like, what? How do I do my job again? What? How does this work? Who am I? How does one write a good email? Like, it always used to take me like an hour to get back into the swing of things. Oh my god, there's so many batteries here that people just haven't. Oh. You guys get 3 weeks off. We used to. So in the UK, the norm is 20 days plus bank holidays. And then depending on where you work, you'll get more based on length of service. So for example, at my last company, it was 25 days by default, plus bank holidays. And then it was also an extra day of holiday per year of service up to 5 years. So you'd get up to 30 days of holiday. Obviously, 30 days of holiday ends up being 6 weeks. Vacation brain's 100% a thing. And I think streamers get that over weekends. Also, if Senzon is here, let me know, Senzon. I have a shout out for you. Should probably pay attention to the heat. Oh. Good morning, Tail Whip. How are you doing today? Senzon, I just want to give you a personal thanks for your resub at tier 3, buddy. It's very, very kind of you. It's an awesome way for me to start my week in the stream. So thank you very much, buddy. Always appreciate you being here. So thank you very much, Senzon. You are awesome. And Tailwhip, thank you as well for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here, bud. Oh, thank you, Charon. You don't have to. I'll come back and do another run. I need to come do another run anyway, so. But it would help. There's been some office change, not as much as I wanted there to be, Machara. I fucked up my office change. We might have to do a wing gamba though. An early stream wing gamba. Isn't that exciting for everyone? I love all the emails I've received from Stream Elements and Streamlabs being like, you've got lots of things waiting for you on your dashboard. And I'm like, I've never even signed up with your company. Fuck off. I cut something twice and it's still too short. No. Just the having my back to the door is weird. The desk spacing doesn't work the way I wanted it to. Basically, my desks aren't really that fit for purpose. So what I probably need to do is put a little bit of work into finding a replacement desk. So I'm going to see what I can do sponsorship wise, because obviously, as somebody with a crippled spine, I feel like if anyone can get a good desk sponsorship, it should be me. I've got a good story to tell with it, so you know, maybe. If not, then I'll just be getting one probably after TwitchCon. My wings are fine. They might be screaming, but that's character building for them. Yeah, having my back to the door felt weird, but yeah. So need to kind of work out what I'm doing there. Water. See how dirty I can get them rolling out their fragile teeth, flip their tiny wings. Hey, no, sounds like a fun project though. Building your own desk out of scrap wood, like why not? It might not be pretty to look at, but at least you've done something for yourself. You've had, you know, an enjoyable time doing it. It's an experience for sure. If the desk is as cursed as the cursed Thors, then so be it, I guess. Be pretty to look at, but not the best ergonomic. I mean, who knows? Letting people down is my thing, beware. There's a real mix of shit in this. All the right look. Your apartment has an inbuilt computer cupboard. Cool, I guess. Very cool. Is it just like the perfect size for your desk and officey stuff, or? It's nice. I like that. Finally, you know, homes and such were like kind of figuring out that, oh yeah, people actually use their offices for X, Y, and Z. Let's configure it appropriately, which a lot of places don't seem to do. Not going to work because that storage is elsewhere. This one yesterday. Oh, melange. Love melange. Who doesn't love melange? Your air circulation is decent for apartment. Very nice. Away, away. Teacher. What? Oh, nope. Not do that. Yeet myself down into a hole. That will be helpful to repair that, maybe. How like me would it have been for that just to have like dropped me on my nose at some point soon? Right, we'll have a look at the lands rad for these guys this week. Crafting cost reduced by 25%. Perforator. Nothing seeming to be that good in the lands rad so far. Shame. Rab kills. Buggy engine. The Adept Disruptor. Could be doable. Not killing Atreides house troops, that's not happening. I'm actually quite disappointed by the variety of lands rad this week. I was hoping for new stuff that was different. Do I know the Feng Shui guy called Dear Modern on YouTube? I do not, Protec. I've never heard of them. I don't YouTube a lot, to be honest. That's a whole thing. Hello, Demnar. And Meowgi, good morning, buddy. Great to see you. How are you doing? I could do this. Do. 1 second, chat. You can see all the blue behind me. Look at all this blue. Why is that little blob in the top there? That always gets stronger if I move my head. That's because the light is changing its color to make it brighter. I will need to do one of these. How is that, chat? A little bit less blue? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Blue. Did you manage to find it? The Mark 6 liter, John? Because I can't see that in here. I would probably do a run for the Mark 6 liter, John, because it's useful to have a spare one. I'm out of my spares.
Lizard.
You mean that, Demna? Lizard. Whoop. The God Emperor Thor is here. Melange. Catch you later, Demna. Oh. I'm not sure we've got enough melange. A bit worried about it, really. Lukewarm did recommend a good desk company that I was looking into, actually, one of our chat members here. So there are some options that I'm looking into for desks. Yeah. Don't worry, chat. You're not missing anything during the ads. Drops are still going. Everything is still ticking forward. Grab the batteries, Charon, because we'll need to move that stuff to the B band anyway. I'll probably move the batteries to the B band in case we do an extra surprise spicy run. You know that it's well within our nature to do an extra surprise spicy run once we've got rid of the fob. So, you know, the chance of an extra spice run is never zero, as you know. Makes sense, right? I really appreciate you all being here, chat. Thank you very much. It's real kind of you guys. Thank you. Keep my head down. Keep my head down. Keep my head down. No. I just it means a lot to me that you guys would choose to be here over anywhere, so thank you very much, chat. I don't think enough streamers tell their communities how grateful they are, I think. Also, I have a shout out to do later for another streamer who I snuck into their channel to ask some secret undercover questions about how Ashes of Creation have been doing. So later on, I'll give them a shout out and talk a little bit about what's happened with Ashes since we last checked into it. For those of you in the community who are invested in the game as I am, which was very kind. I like sneaking. I like sometimes what I do is I sneak into chat and I disable my verified badge so that people don't know that I'm a partner, so that I can ask questions. And I always appreciate it when they people humor me when they find out. Like, why not? Why not, right? It's just fun. I just find it hilarious, to be honest. Because like I don't. Although I've started running into this thing where I keep bumping into community members in just random streams. So I went into this Ashes of Creation streamers chat, and all of a sudden, after I ask a question, I just see like a couple of Chrono Lemons pop up, and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Obviously appreciate it, find it very funny, and it gives me a good laugh. But I was like, God damn it. Did they fix the end game PvP yet in June? They have not yet, but they will Sky now. So on their roadmap, their original focus for the game was to make sure that the first release, the first main content patch was mid-game, mostly because I think that had always been the plan from the start. They've been very clear with us in their roadmap, and while they've been talking, that ultimately the end game is a huge focus of what they want to be working on, and that's what all of what they're working on now. They're doing consolidation of the last patch, and they're fixing issues that have cropped up from the last content release, and they're moving forward into this kind of rolling roadmap, which the first section on is reworking the end game. So if you haven't played yet, now is a great time to start. If you have played, you got to the end game and you're waiting for end game, it's a perfect time to wait to come back, is what I would say, if that makes sense to you. If you've got specific questions about elements of the end game, feel free to ask. Because, like you say, like I said, I'm level 200. I've got 700 hours and 650 hours in the game. If you've got any questions about the end game, just ask. But I'm happy to talk about it. I think that a lot of people had a really rough experience of the game because of their the way that they experienced the end game, and I think that actually showing people that there's more to it than that is key. Is the game still fun? Yeah, I'm enjoying the game still. It's about finding your fun, though. I do think I would caveat that, though. Let me just be clear. I think that the experience that people are having on public servers would have ruined the fun for me as well. I was thinking about this during my time off, and I was like, you know what? Reducer really enjoyed Dune, but if I'd had the same experience on public servers, so I wasn't able to harvest spice, I wasn't able to get together with my friends and just kind of fuck around in the deep desert, I don't think I would have had as much fun. I don't think I would have kept coming back to it. I'm going to be really honest with you. I know it's a sad thing to say, and all the people who like Dune won't like me saying that, but I think that's the honest answer. Just going to be real with you. That's a person. That must be a Luther. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Gonna say Demnar's meant to be working. But yeah, the game is still fun. It's about finding your fun, though. That's the issue with a survival game like this, a bit like Rust, a bit like DayZ, is a lot of the game is what you make it to be. And a lot of players who prefer a more linear style of game, they'll enjoy Dune right up until the end game, and because of the lack of linear things about finding your fun, a lot of people will fall off. I'm going to be real with you. You would work at this time, Luther, but I know that you would be online while working, whereas Deminar has to teach small humans. Game's still alive? Game is still alive? Yep. You have a vacation. That's exciting. What are you doing with your vacation, Luther? Got a very interesting message from a friend of mine. Yeah, you have to make your own content. Exactly. Yeah, you have to try and find your fun rather than the game giving you your fun. And a lot of people don't have time for that at the moment. Like, a lot of people just get home from work, they're absolutely drained because they're working so hard and being treated so poorly by most corporate environments. And then they just want to come home and be able to switch their brains off for a few hours. And at the moment, Dune is not really that kind of game. You need to think if you're doing some of the end game activities. And to some extent, you need to think quite a lot about them. Because if you're in PvP, you've got to be keeping an eye on your environment the entire time, all kinds of stuff. I think that there's a lot to be done. I'm really hoping so as well, but I really hope that the new loot table will help the exchange, because our exchange is quite quiet because we've got a lot of self-driven players who are happy getting those things for themselves. When players come back, we see a big market spike. So the new content that dropped the other day, we actually saw a huge spike in our market buy and sell orders. So a lot of people actually wanted to get a hold of stuff. Ooh, you want to start a round of DM in your draw steal adventure? That sounds fun. Yeah, cool. Being a DM for a TTRPG is absolutely, I mean, it's great fun. It's very challenging at times, but it's one of the best experiences that I've had. Like, doing D&D has always been DM. Like, I've had some great DM, like D&D campaigns, but as a DM, I think I've enabled so much fun for people. I've really enjoyed doing that. Hello, Black Rose Knight. Good morning, Sindri. I hope you are both doing well. Lovely seeing you. Good morning, Jordo. How's it going? And good morning, Sabu. True, Sabu does quite well with... Well, no, Sabu, you have a brain. It's just tank brain. It's different, right? I would agree. DMing is dangerous for people who read a brain. Yeah, I would, I would definitely agree with that. I have streamer brain. Yeah, that's true. It's a brain, but it's semi-functional at best. How you doing, Sabu? Oh yeah, I am really looking forward to the change to loot tables though, because I would just love to have a chance of getting items that I have just not got before, that we haven't seen before. Like I've got a huge number of items that just in these, what they're bringing that change out will likely mean that I have an incentive to go back and like farm the items that I'm missing. I would love to get level 200 and have like, imagine having all of the blueprint, at least one of every single blueprint. Wouldn't that be a fun challenge to do? I need to not think about that, otherwise I'll give myself the challenge. I've never really been a completionist. I've liked getting Steam achievements for sure. There was a long time when I farmed Steam achievements, where like I would just go and complete a game. I'd be like, right, I'm going to target completing all of these achievements. But inside the game, never so much. Mostly because that requires questing, and we all know how I feel about fucking questing. But no. Like completionist cape was never happening in RuneScape because you know I'm not doing one small favor. I'm not doing any more questing. No, I'm done with it. Let's do this. Okay, well I can't drink 20 liters of water, so that's probably not going to happen. I'm going to leave one here for now. Be there till last. B8 to res. B8 to res. Batteries. He was trying to save time. Oh, thank you, Charon. You took so many of those. Yeah, there's a few games that I like enough that I wanted to get all of the achievements, right? There are several games that I didn't like. Let me just check this quickly. Oh, nice. Completely emptied. Good job, Charon. Legendary. I'll be right here. I don't know why it's destroying the ones at the bottom below where I'm clicking. That's very interesting. Fascinating. Extra space. I wouldn't normally dismantle everything, chat, but ultimately I'm getting really bored of making a bunch of plastone each week. So we're collecting the plastone. A person who knows what they want. Most of what I want is just very simple. I want peace and quiet. Like, I'm really like unbothered about stuff. No, it's more that I would need to obtain more plastone each week more than anything. If I can dismantle the entire base, I'll know how much plastone I need each week. So I won't need to go and get more or make more out here. Oh, well, there goes the water supply. Whoops. Whoopsie. Tara, why are you naked? You have no heat protection on. What's going on? Where is your still suit? This is bad water discipline. I'm disappointed. I would like to make a series of Dune commercials that are a bit like the "you wouldn't download a car" meme about water discipline. That's something I might do at some point as well. Your still suit is on? No, boy. Okay, I'm glad Dune is showing me what you're correctly equipping then. We love it when that happens, right? I've also started my planning for TwitchCon San Diego, which is a remarkably time-consuming thing to think about. I don't know if any of you in chat are planning on being there. If you are, speak up and let me know, of course, because I'm very interested in making sure I can get all community members seen. So if anyone is going to be at TwitchCon San Diego, let me know. Because it would be cool to see you. Huh. I wasn't really expecting the whole floor to go there, but hey, we're all right with that, I guess. Time's up. I'll be in your state. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. I'll make sure to leave it the way I found it. I know that's not what British people normally do, but I'll try my best, okay? Please understand if I am unable. You know what British people are like when it comes to, visiting other countries. I'm doing okay, thank you, Jax. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. If you're doing spy servicing latest, you can test the ring mouth for your Mark IV Ornithopter. Okie dokie. Nice. Did I destroy the Thief console already? It didn't give me a warning, but I feel like I might have destroyed what it was resting on. Yeah, I did. Right. I would like to remind people that it's not really my fault that I keep on getting confused between the cutter array and the las gun. They are the same technology. I'll be in San Diego, not much damage I can do. I'll just start an earthquake, just jump up and down a few times. Apparently that's enough to start an earthquake on the Pacific coast. Fine. You've dared me now. Now what? It's me your fault, Charon. Can't believe Charon made me start an earthquake in San Diego by jumping up and down. We can't do that in the UK because, the ground is stable. Maybe just don't make your houses in danger zones. Maybe that's the plan all along. I know it's a complicated play, but I feel like making my home where there's earthquakes would be silly for me because I think that earthquakes are probably one of the worst ways for me to go. Because my problem is going to be I can't lift up a bunch of rubble. Like, it could be a genuine problem. Bet no one will notice. I heard there are like 70 a year or something wild, like a huge amount of just really tiny tremors, and people are just like, yeah, that's just normal. But maybe not. In the US, you have a choice between building where there's earthquakes, tornadoes, or hurricanes. I mean, you're not wrong. And I do understand that this is why Americans don't make their houses out of bricks, because they would just get blown around and it's cheaper and more efficient to do it the way they do it. But at the same time, have you ever thought about maybe, like, I don't know, beseeching the sky gods? Just something, you know, to try and see what can be done. Like, Japan as well, yeah. Maybe bring back human sacrifices with volcanoes. You guys have got volcanoes, so use them. I think if you haven't got if you've got volcanoes and you haven't got, you know, a burgeoning human sacrifice, you know, cult, what's even the point? What's the difference between a tornado and a hurricane? As far as I understand it, tornadoes are on land and hurricanes are on water. And size. Because tornadoes are like the water spouts that you get at sea. Hurricanes are like the water spouts you get at sea on crack and steroids. See you later, Luther. If you want to come harvest spice, let me know. We'll probably do some of that soon. I'll go scout the deep desert. Exactly. There's been no volcanoes in Greece, and yeah. Exactly, Phoebus. See, you're on board. I like it. I'm very pleased that you're on board. Look, we had the Celts here in the UK. They did a bunch of human sacrifice. No more volcanoes. No earthquakes here. Is it a coincidence? Maybe. Do I care? No. Hello, Small Mite. I'm doing okay, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Well, that's very rude. I don't really want a sandstorm. How are you doing, Small Mite? Great to see you as always. No, that sandstorm wasn't Darude. No, different sandstorm. We normally get Darude sandstorm on Tuesdays, to be honest. That's normally when the sandstorm and Darude sandstorm intersect somehow. I don't quite know what it is, but the playlist just kind of like syncs up. Look, all I'm saying is we did a bunch of human sacrifices, you know, with the Celts, and as a result, no earthquakes and volcanoes are active in the UK. Not really. I know people don't like it, but that's the truth. You got to embrace the war gods. That's basically how it is. I'm sorry, but like, no, the Aztecs were a very prosperous race. It was all because of the Spanish that was the problem. Krasmedic. That's not an act of God. That's an act of Spain. Different, very different. Smallpox came from somewhere. Actually, what the Spanish did to the Olmec and Mayan and Aztec cultures and stuff is genuinely very, very sad. Like, very sad. The Aztecs were pretty baller. Let's be real. If anyone knows how human sacrifice worked, it was the Aztecs. They were not messing around. Hi, Bailey. What are you doing? You just trotting out the way. Hi. You're so silly. Okay, he can hear me because the window's open because I let him out through the window. What he doesn't realize is that because he can hear me, he's looking at the front door thinking that's where I'm going to appear from. Yeah, but Krasmedic, while there might be a lot of active volcanoes in Mexico, the Aztecs have done their human sacrifice. They're not complaining about it anymore, are they? The Aztecs aren't complaining about the volcanic issue. So if anything, that human sacrifice did work for them. You could argue that. Difficult point to argue. I'll be real. I mean, there's a lot of really interesting sacrificial culture around the cenotes in South America. The cenotes, some of you might know, are in limestone cave systems. After a while, if you get water build up on the surface or you get vegetation build up on the surface, they can collapse through. They create these almost perfectly round holes. If you look at the Amazon rainforest, you'll see hundreds, if not thousands, of cenotes in areas of limestone cliffs, and some of them go so deep that they've never been fully explored. But we know that the Aztecs, the Mayans, and other cultures did do human sacrifice, and also they would go there to die and all kinds of stuff, because they believed it was the entrance to their underworld. They believed that those cenotes, which go down hundreds of meters in certain cases, went to their afterlife. And they did things like, some of the best fragments and best preserved elements of their culture that we have are actually found deep in these cenotes, but they've been preserved by the water for hundreds of years because there's just nothing down there to disturb, pottery shards particularly. But deep enough. I mean, even human bone and human remains are left. I watch a lot of Lost Civilization stuff. I'm very interested in the fact that human prehistory is really weird, and doesn't make a lot of sense the way that archaeology describes it. So I'm very interested in some of the kind of the discoveries that are coming out from the humans will make no sense. I mean, unfortunately, humans make a lot of sense in their nonsensicalness, if that makes sense. Pit's been on fire since the 70s. There's a bunch of cool stuff around like that, yeah. I don't know. My personal one that has interested me since I was, how old? I was in my early teens, I think 13, 14 kind of time, and I was those of you who don't know, is that my upbringing was reasonably religious. And as such, I was interested in a couple of things that, in disproving certain things or looking into things that were like, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Let's be real, let's look into this. Probably where some of my analytical kind of mind kind of came from, realistically. But the main thing I kept coming back on, even when I was a teenager, was why are there so many flood stories around the world? And ever since then, I've been hooked on what else could have happened. What else explains our human prehistory? Where did humans actually, come from? What caused our development to be such a branch off from what was the norm inside biology? Because we're a real divergence from the main trees that we could have come from. Whoop, the ads are here. I'm just going to go and stretch my back, chat. I'll be right back. I hurt it over the weekend, so I will be ubby. I don't personally. Hello. What are we waiting for? Whoops. You owe you $1 billion. That's okay, Ventex. You can probably make a payment plan. What? What? You wait. Okay. Now let's go and see if there's more spice out in the deep desert because we want more spice. Unless you guys want to do a wing gamba. You want to do a wing gamba? Look at these wings. Look at them. They're beautiful. Beautiful wing gamba. If I want to do a wing gamba, I need to do this. Look at what they're actually at. Oh, spicy. Delightfully spicy. You'll be home in an hour for spice. Okay. I get what, probably, if there's a game that we're both playing that we're both interested in, I'm just not. I was waiting on Borderlands, so I was going to play with Vicky, and then she decided that she didn't want to play it because it wasn't really her jam, which is absolutely fair. There's not really been any multiplayer game launches since then, although there is something on the Thor and I do have a joint upcoming sponsorship, actually. That's a thing. I can't say what that is yet. It's not a game I know a huge amount about, although I had heard about it. You know how when you don't necessarily follow a game, you just know that it's coming out and you're like, okay, that sounds reasonably interesting. Can I plug this in with my foot? This is a bad move. I should just get underneath the desk and plug this thing in. Oh. No. 1 second. Whoop. Oh, also, Groudon. While the Void Crew, Jump Space, and Wildgate. I've heard that Jump Space is very good. I know I am a fan of just kind of co-op shootery kind of, like, I enjoyed Helldivers when it came out. There's just only so much value, excuse me, that I personally get out of them. Right, what are our dank deserts this week? It sounds like Thriving Ivory. Hotel 2, I5, Hotel 8. Got a long flight. What am I doing? We've got a long flight. Why am I doing it this way? Straighten up. Straighten up. Are there drops now? The drops are indeed live, Skrillex. Yes, there are drops. They look like this. I should probably not leave this out and about. I should probably tuck it away, shouldn't I? Yeah. So the drops that are currently on are pretty good. They have also confirmed, just so if anyone has missed any drops along the way, that they will be adding the ability for anyone who missed the drops to get them back in at future point. So we did ask the devs for that, and they've even communicated out via a ping now, which is obviously very helpful of them. Oh, yes, Scout Ornithopter. You know what? It would be nice to have an Ornithopter module that allowed it to fire up the survey probe scanners as long as you stayed within a certain range of it. Because, like, at the moment you land on the ground, you fire up. Like, it's no risk, it's just slow. Doing it from an Ornithopter where you could just sit there for 30 seconds is just faster. It's just a player quality of life thing, I think. From what, you nabbed some spice residue to make fuel cells. I can't believe that you've done this to me. You've betrayed me in the worst way. Take the fucking spice. Take the spice residue. We've got so much. If anyone needs spice residue, just tell me. You really have to do that repair glitch or your thopters on your thoughts before they patch it? Why? Why would I use an exploit that I don't need to use? I can just replace all of those parts. I know that some people are big believers in the exploit early, exploit often meme. Personally, doesn't vibe with me. I don't like doing it. I don't think there's a need to. We've tested it once on stream when somebody claimed it was fixed and we showed them that it wasn't. Everyone knows what that bug is. And I would be clear that Funcom reintroduced that bug that allows that exploit to take place. If you don't think that Funcom are tracking the use of that, then I think that you are likely not thinking through your actions inside the game enough. Because you can bet your ass that Funcom can detect that specific set of, if player does this, 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 and this, then they're flagged. Like, that's not the most difficult thing to do. Do we know that have we been told when they're planning on fixing it? I haven't seen any news about upcoming major patches, but I've been out of the loop for a couple of days while I was rebuilding my desk and having a couple of meltdowns. Let's go and have a look. Ooh. Big sniff. Oh, yeah, look at that. Honestly, that's just a little bit silly fun at the moment. I like doing that. Hello. Hi. Meow. Yeah, you're a beautiful cat, aren't you? You know that you're a cat. You're a big shouty bubba. Catch you later, Bart. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. You are awesome. I really appreciate the support over there on YouTube, Bart. Thank you very much for being here, dude. And I hope you sleep well. Hello, Caraday. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing? My day is going okay. You had a break? Any new things to be excited about? What, within Dune? Not that I've seen. I'm just currently reading through some of the... I'm just looking through some of the creator stuff. Doesn't appear to be much news right now. Let's have a look at this. Is what I pretend to be, so together but so broken up inside. Oh, you singing back? You want to join in? You want to play? You want to do karaoke? Oh. He's asking me to follow him, chat, so I'll be right back. Oh, look at that. I come back and I see spice. Sabu, I require the spice. I require a spice purveyor. Spice. Oh, well, thank you very much, Ghost of 64. It's really kind of you to say, buddy. So anyone else who has cats will know that sometimes when your cat doesn't seem well, you'll give them something that's like nice for them, something that's a little bit different, something that's probably healthier for them, or that's guaranteed to kind of put them back on the right track. So like, for example, if Bailey had been unwell a couple of weeks ago and I boiled the chicken breast just in water and I kind of tore it apart with my fork and just kind of gave it to him in like little strands, absolutely wolfed it down. The problem now is that he keeps on asking for the same thing, but he's not unwell anymore. When I say unwell, he had a particularly large hairball. I think he was struggling with it a bit. So I keep on getting feed me, but then when I fed him, it's not what he wants to be fed. So I just had to look at his bowl and be like, "You've got food, you're going to eat it," and I had to leave him, and I feel bad. I can normally not mind read. I normally just read his behavior. He normally tells me what he wants quite clearly. Like most cats kind of do that, really. Um, Um. Let me just do this and send a key to somebody. No guarantees. Okay, let me do this. Go and join Sabu in comms. We'll go mining some spice. Wait, that's the waiting room. I can't talk in that. Hello, Sabu. Hello, how you doing, bud? It sounds like you're in your car. Cool. Where are we going? What are we doing? Oh, you're going home. Okay, fun. Okay, sounds perfect. Chat, apparently we're driving home with Sabu. Whoa, Sabu! Sabu, drive more carefully! Whoa! Whoa! Oh, keep your hands on the wheel, bud. Whoa. Calm. Gee. Whoa. Oh, Void Goblin, I am really, really sorry to hear that, bud. Are you on our servers? Are you on the pirate servers? Sabu, Nellis has said, please could we get McDonald's on the way home? There we go. Nellis, Sabu says sure. Well, what? Yeah, not a Greg's. Yeah, because Sabu's not in the UK, and I want to invite Sabu into the UK specifically to get a Greg's. That seems extra. What a song. Somewhere between 4 and 6. That's it. It's not as bad. At some point I would really like to drive to like France, Netherlands again. It's been like 10 years since the last time I took the Channel Tunnel, and I don't know. Yeah, the Netherlands is. I've heard that you guys have quite a lot of nice straight roads though, which sounds like quite a lot of fun. Money. Yeah, don't worry about the prisoner cages, chat. This is just what the Sardaukar do to people they don't like. Nothing to be concerned about in any way. Sabu, how are we there yet? You're allowed to go. Do you mean kilometers or miles an hour? 100 kilometers. That's so boring. That's like what? Divide it by 8, times it by 5. That's not driving in the UK. 60 miles. That's slower than driving in the UK. Jeez, boring. I'm not going to say that on stream. I'm going to go and check out A2. So I recently, because if you drive an electric car versus a petrol car, the way that those cars accelerate is very, very different from a physics perspective. The acceleration electric cars it's like being in a go-kart, or like when you go on a plane and you just keep accelerating in a straight line. When you are in an internal combustion engine vehicle, you get like little micro stops as as the gears change, even in an automatic, and you don't actually it doesn't feel the same in any way. It is remarkable what electric cars do around tracks. Like, they're gonna have to separate internal combustion engine races and records from electric records in the end, because you just can't compare them. Hybrid with the electric, but after the transmission, so you accelerate from the electric and brake from the electric. Okay, interesting. And you're running the electrics off of the fuel. You got regenerative braking, and also okay, cool. The reason that I've got an electric car, chat, is because the UK government says that you don't have to pay as much tax if you have an electric car, because that's what they want to incentivize, and I like not paying as much tax. Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you do a race between something like the Hyundai Ioniq 5N, that thing's 0 to 60 is like 3.3 seconds. That thing will beat most supercars, and it's a £65,000 car. Absolutely fine. I was watching Jeremy Clarkson's review of it and reading through what he said about it, and it's incredible to see what the electric technology is getting to for vehicles, given that originally cars were electric, and we only used internal combustion engine. I don't even know why we ended up using the internal combustion engine. It uses more parts. It's less efficient. It's worse for the planet. I think it was probably cheaper to manufacture, despite it using more parts, because they were probably conventionally used parts. Of course, the downside is, the increase of the power bill, and the fact that every service station along the motorway is now whacking their prices up massively. It used to be like 25p for a kilowatt, which was great because you could refill most cars for like 25 quid, as opposed to 80 or 90 for a for a fuel car. Not anymore. Not if you're just driving at home where you can find some specialist places. Oh boy. I've heard Teslas are paying quite a lot for their recharging. But I've also so any new Tesla release doesn't have lifetime infinite free recharging or lifetime infinite recharge. Wow. I mean, it makes sense though, because if you're talking about, imagine, okay, Tesla, what, 100 kilowatt battery? You run that full, you're probably going to get 300 miles from it. And then you have to put in, 75. If you're running it at 75p a kilowatt, that's at bulk price, maybe 50p a kilowatt. You're paying quite a lot on those networks, but to get that fuel there, that energy there, let alone the investment into actually building those networks themselves. So I can see why they've done it. I don't necessarily think it's great, but it was always going to happen, I think. Yeah, battery density was definitely an issue before, for sure. Ultimately, I just like fuel companies having less hold over us. I think that's nice. Intel. Can I claim it? I can pick it up. That counts. If I find a las gun, I'm going to give it to Null Wolf. Didn't find a las gun, can't give it to Null Wolf. It'll be until we stop using rare earth elements. I mean, realistically, I think that a lot of the tech that we use relies upon those elements in ways that I don't understand. I don't have an engineering or material science background, but as far as I understand it, those rare earth metals are going to be a problem basically because of our tech tree. Like, our tech tree went down the route of, we require these rare earth metals in order to progress. Yeah, that's how I see it. That's basically how I break it down. Treat it like a civilization game. A lot of risk into sodium batteries. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, sand batteries that utilize heat conversion. So you store the heat in the sand, and then that heat can then be extracted at a later date to be turned into some kind of thermal energy. I mean, sand is super heat efficient to a point, and then it converts into glass, but sounds interesting. It would be more convenient to use more common metals, yeah, sure. We probably need to respec our tech tree, yeah, that's what happens. Is he being really... Bailey is being extra friendly today. He's following both me and the spare human around just endlessly. You're going to sit in the doorway there so chat can see you. Oh no, you're going to walk off. Because the spare human went into the food room, of course. Nobody but you. Goes in Finland, store heat, then take out in winter from sand. That's incredibly cool. They're great for home storage. Okay, interesting. I mean, I'm guessing this is related to kind of like heat pump technology, etc. It's all the same kind of slow but more efficient over time heat and energy usage. Good morning, James Poole. How are you doing? Great to see you, man. Good morning, Alpha. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fine on this fine Monday. Sorry, I was just corralling Bailey for a second, who was in badgering mode because the spare human has food, and apparently Bailey's just hungry. I think he's realizing that the weather is changing, that winter is starting, and that for some reason he might get starved, so he needs to bulk up for winter. Because he gets extra bitchy around wintertime. I don't really know why. You need a huge PC upgrade, and Dune one's like an entirely new world. I would love to know what your upgrade was if you're happy to talk about it, bud. First of all, congratulations. It's great to be able to have an upgrade in, times. There's a lot of people are saving a lot for their upgrades, so congratulations for doing that, and I hope that you enjoy the PC that you've obviously worked quite hard towards, bud. It turns out when PCs run out of storage, Steam crashes. Well, yes. Generally, running out of storage its entirety is quite a bad thing to happen to a PC. Because it needs that storage to write and read things. Winter is coming? No, I'm Emily Slider, not Winter. Sorry. Hello, I left a gift for you. It's just here. Proportionate response. 10 series to 50 series. I mean, congratulations, bud, because you probably worked quite hard for that. Your friend already helped you? Oh, that's good. DDR4, 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 64 gigs. And then the CPU was also a huge upgrade. I mean, congratulations, bud. Awesome. Awesome job. I currently have the problem, and I'm sure several of you have the same problem, that I've got lots of parts of my old PCs just knocking around, and I don't want to get rid of those parts because they might be useful, but like, when am I going to need a 970? I might just donate them to a friend. You still have a 64 megabyte? Ooh, that's a... Wow. I mean, I've still got some... I think I've still got a floppy disk drive somewhere. Now I get confused if I see a disk drive in a PC, let alone a floppy disk. I'll be like, wait, what? The first PC I ever made for myself was a 970. So that'll give you a rough idea of when I was first able to like afford and was into making a PC for myself. About 3 years after my spine operation. My first one. First spine operation, 18. 17. Have you seen the short My Uncle Had a I have seen that, yes, Luther. Let go too soon. 1 second, let me just do this. Facecam, properties, configure video. Do that. Bit better. There we go. It's a little bit bright. There we go. I have a glow to me. I was intending on setting up my second PC this week, but like with how my desk upgrade went, I didn't have the mental energy yesterday to, or the physical energy to move another PC downstairs and set up a second PC for streaming. Did someone else run through here while I was doing this? No. Sorry, no Wolf. Let's have a look. This. You don't tell me where to find this. A2. Nope. I know it's not a high chance to get it, but it'd be nice to be able to help Null Wolf out, because Null Wolf has helped us out quite a few times. So I was seeing if I could help get the what's it called? The Arhan las gun for them. I'm having this bug where everything is showing up with low durability in one of my slots. I'm gonna have to do a relog to main menu at some point. It's just a visual bug. Someone ran past me while I was looking off screen. Typical. Typical. Helping me out. Love it. Really love it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Also free healing. Also love that. Good morning, everybody. Hope you are doing well. Hello, Fast Phoenix. I should use a VM to run Master of Olympus Zeus. So I can just run it in window for you guys at some point. You know when you see a cartoon and like there's one very obviously out of place element, you're like, oh, okay, there's definitely nothing, there's definitely not a trap. Like that's bait. That's bait, chat. That is bait. Bait. I'm not gonna touch that. There's probably a worm waiting on a tiny sandworm. A perfectly Emily slider sized sandworm. That is bait. And now the game won't let me place my ornithop, so I have to go to the bait. Suspicious. Very highly suspicious. An angler, exactly. That's probably a mimic of some kind, and I'm not going to trust it. I'm glad you're all on board and you also wouldn't trust the mimic. I was also thinking, chat, that I have some of the Imperium magazines from Warhammer 40k. Most of you probably won't know what those are. But those of you who do, they were like a week. Those of you who don't, sorry, they were like they were a weekly issue from Games or by Games Workshop recently, where they did like a bunch of minis. You would receive a magazine, you would receive a couple of models, and you basically assemble them as per like kind of per issue. They came out while I was recovering from a back operation, so I've collected them all, but I haven't assembled any of them or even opened any of them. So I was thinking about maybe making it a regular section where once a week I will do one of those issues. We'll look through it, we'll do the model, we'll assemble it. We might paint the one from the week before, because that way it'll have had a chance for all the glue to dry, for me to base coat it, that kind of thing. No, they were called Imperial. I'll go and grab them in a second because they're just around the corner from me. But they're just out the door. My 60-year break from streaming was great. Thank you, Alpha. Really enjoyed it. Yeah. No, I had on Wednesday I gave some friends a lift from the airport home. It was quite a long journey, about 7 or 8 hours of driving. On Thursday, I needed to recover from the driving. I was in a huge amount of pain. I was not in a position where I should have been streaming, sitting for another 8 hours in a chair. Ultimately, that point would have been bad for me. So on doctor's orders kind of thing, I was like, you know what, I won't stream on Thursday. And I did a little bit to the office, but not too much. Friday, I realized that my office plan wouldn't work. Saturday, I confirmed that it wouldn't work and half undid it. And yesterday, I reset my office back up almost exactly the same as it was with a couple of changes. So first of all, my webcam is slightly lower now. I've got it on a lower stand, which is a bit more stable. So first of all, it doesn't shake as much. Second of all, I can look into it more easily. I've set up the lights differently. So I've now got a light here. And I have another light on this side of me, shining onto the blue screen, which is behind me. That means that I've got, first of all, way more room behind me to do things like this. Hello. So if I want to do a controller stream of any kind, I can do that quite easily. If I want to do Warhammer, I'll just drop my desk in front of me if I'm going to assemble it in the interim, but I will probably get a couple of cameras or something for that down the line. I will probably need to do some fundraising at some point. So this afternoon during US time zone, I might do not a subathon kind of thing, but I might set some sub goals up because we've got the 5 gift sub discount, and Valorant will give subs if you've got 5 gift subs. So I know that a bunch of you have seen that Thor did a big hype train for that. I will like to do something later on today where we do, well, I'll just start it up and say basically for every free sub that Valorant gives, that money will go towards the like the redesign for the office, and then obtaining fun things for that. I wonder if I can fit these like one. There we go. Look at all these. Look at all them together. You've got an assault in the tail of a carrier and a normal scout in the tail of the assault. Did I relax at all? I relaxed a little bit yesterday evening for a few hours. I've just got a lot on at the moment. It's not particularly easy for me to relax in the lead up to TwitchCon San Diego. Welcome back in, Subby. Yes. The E-band base is entirely gone. Lurking while driving, that sounds controversial. Well, yes, yeah, typing while driving definitely going to be a problem. Yeah. Is this? Oh, this is my sound crawler. Okay, cool. Nice. I can tell because it's so damaged. No. What? Wait, what? What are you talking about? What did you all do? I'm going to show chat. Paint. This is why we can't have nice things. You understand that, right? Let me show chat. Why are you not working? What do you mean device not connected? Device definitely connected. Shut the fuck up. There we go. This is what, like, I can't even. You got 1 carrier front, 2 carrier fronts, 3 carrier fronts. I can see 1 sand crawler. The side. No, doing it on the front of the cab is easiest. 1, 2, 3, and then the rim. So you managed to get one sand crawler and 3 carriers in the same spot without 4. One. Oh, there's one beneath all of you. Oh, it's because the image I've got. Oh god, that's a front. That's a front as well. Got 1 there, 2 there, 3 there, 4 there, and you've got a sand crawler there. First of all, why? You've got one that goes like that, one that goes like that, and you've got yeah, geez, and then you've got the sand crawler right in the middle of them all. I mean, it makes sense the way that it fits because the cab is the main central area that works. But well, you know how we don't like we can't replace things that you lose. Why did you think this was a good idea? I don't want to save my work. No, it was just my scribbles. Okay, well, I'm by the sandballer. I assume you just landed. That's just a one, like, what was that, 4 by, you've got a 4x7, a 4x8 in there? I'll have a look at the image. 1, 2. Okay, it's much longer than 8. It's by like 10 or by 11, but it's, yeah, by 10. It's the full thief size. Do you have permission? In that case, uppies. Nice. Uppies. Hotel 2. I don't like that because I know that while obviously it did work, if that had gone wrong, we would have been out carriers, which would have made me quite sad. That sounds like that sounds like bad build. If someone can park in your base in a way that the carrier gets stuck and it can't leave, that sounds like a problem with base design, not a problem with the pilot. Chrono sit. Oh, absolutely beautiful day in June, isn't it? Look at it. Glorious. Actually, I can't have that open on stream. Close this. Sorry about that one, chat. You didn't see anything, but still. Just need to open this on my phone instead so I can have it in front of me at all times. Otherwise, I'll tab away from it. It'll be underneath what I need to see. I also need to remember to do my work for TwitchCon San Diego later. Sorry about that. Just answering a message about TwitchCon San Diego. I need to do some work later where I put together the notes that are in my head for each of the topics, etc. Will my talk at TwitchCon be recorded? I have been assured that yes, it should be live according to Bird, but I will likely also create my own video of it while I do it. I have two options there. I can either have somebody sitting in the audience recording it on my my glasses, or I can set my phone up with a gimbal at the back of the room and it can track me as I talk, or it can track, the front stage. Yeah, so the talk, so those of you who aren't aware, I'm giving a talk on moderation matters at TwitchCon along with a couple of other really awesome people. And so what we're basically talking about is going to be kind of how some of how moderation works on Twitch, some of its background, some of how you can manage things like crisis and controversies, how you can find mental health support, and how as a mod you can balance the mental health support that you provide, but also that you need, and how you can sometimes find that balance, and some of the things that we've learned from that. So I'm very nervous for it, but also looking forward to it, as is the way. Let me see. I've got a see what I can talk about. I'm not publicizing the presentation before time now. Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, it's my content. I have a right to do that. Not a problem. It's not monetized as well, so there's no commercial release. So yeah, we've got a couple of things. It's myself and Watch Holly, the Babe Wither, and Mrs. Kenny Tengu, who are all experienced moderators who have all been on the platform for a long time. I am indeed doing a panel, yes, Nos. Did I not mention this? I'm doing a panel, yes, at TwitchCon. What time and where? Oh, we can punch the storm. Let me find out what time it is, because I'll be honest with you, I have completely forgotten the time and date of it. That's the bit that always leaves my head. It's obviously it's at TwitchCon San Diego. It'll be in one of the rooms up there. Schedule. I've given the time for it, so I know which one it is. It is on Saturday. I know it's roughly in the middle of the day. Moderating for the masses. Community session. Here we go. Can I create a link to it? So 10:15 a.m. till 11:15 a.m. So let me do that. Apparently up on the PJ Sugar stage. I don't actually know what that is. Here we go. I can give you guys the link to it now. I've separated it down. What? Twitch. This stream. Let's not close that. There we go. If you're looking for it, that shows you there. You can even see my face, which is up there. Let me just do this as well. This panel dives into what it really takes to be a great moderator. Hear from both streamers and mods as they share insights, challenges, and tips on building safe, engaging communities on Twitch. The funny thing is that I agreed to do this and did all the work on this before I was a streamer. Oh, I'm just going to nip the loo during the ads chat. Be right back. Hello, I am back. How is it going? Okay, give me a second. I should answer something. Okay, I am ready to drop. What were you asking the question about? Why did you do what you did? What did you do? Sorry, I was AFK going to the loo, wasn't I? So, oh yeah. So if you stay with the storm, if you are higher up, you seem to take less damage, especially if you're carrying a sand crawler in a carrier. So if you're at 750 carrying the sand crawler, you can effectively just ignore the damage from the storm. You take about 5%. So we go through at the thinnest point and punch through at the highest speed you possibly can using the boosters. So you get up to height, wait for your heat to decrease, and then just ram your heat through on boosters so that you can deal with things more easily. Hello, Gerbil. Welcome back. Gerbil, please could you send me a DM after stream? Because I keep on forgetting to do the thing I need to do. And if you DM me after stream, I should remember. Like, it should be a lot easier. My vision is based on movement notifications. I apologize. Everything's been quite hectic recently. There's an awful lot going on. Over the ceiling. Yeah, cheers for that. Dreamer vision based on movement, as we all know. You know when you like switch your brands of toothpaste, you decide, you know what, fuck it. I've been using the same brand of toothpaste for such a long time. This one's an offer. I'm going to try it out. And you don't like there's like an aftertaste afterwards. It's just kind of. I will enable you to be heard on stream, Sabu, given it's just the two of us if you want. Unless you want to just chill. There you go, chat. You can say hi to Sabu now.
I can.
Just a little bit. We are indeed Roomba-ing. It would not be a chrono stream if I didn't take the opportunity to Roomba a fresh sand field, would it? The way she's smiling. Try to make sure I get all the spice, but it's not that easy because in order to see whether you've got all the spice, you need to give your camera like down at floor height.
Yep.
Hello, Rusty. How are you doing, bud? Nothing's making sense. She's. Nice, thank you. What a big angry bastard.
It's again the middle block, right? Of the 3x3.
Yeah, H2 and H8 are both pretty bad places to have a room at. Even I5's not a great place because you're in the middle, but
Okay, dropping.
yeah.
I'm just gonna hover in the middle.
You can just, yeah, stay in the center, it's fine. I'll hover over, I'll try and stay over your red dot instead. That's a fun challenge. How much can I harvest without going off the red dot? Okay, let's try doing this. Ooh, that was close. I reckon I can get all of this without fundamentally coming off the red dot for any significant period of time. Look at that. Guild sand crawling. Go forward, yeah. There will always be close. I mean, the worms here, like we say, we're in the very center of the sector. The music is louder than me for some reason. Okay, let's try this. Might just be a sound balancing thing because I might be a little bit further or closer to my microphone than normal. Because obviously I moved everything around in here. Which means that my posture is far better, first of all. I can actually sit at my desk properly, but I do need a desk that can rise and lower. Even if it's not a full standing desk, it just needs to be able to go up and down depending on where I need it for my back, because it's better to move the desk and the camera to the height that I need it at, that my back is safe and reasonable at, versus moving myself to be at its height when it's going to stress my spine out. So I may be putting together an influencer request to some desk companies. Go for the Secret Lab sponsorship, you know, the mythical ones just down there. Sorry, I'm just doing a tiny segment I had missed. Here comes the light.
Zooming in based on how full you are.
Is the mic below or above my head? What do you think? Do you think the mic is below me or above me? Is it louder when I talk like this? Or is it louder when I talk like this? Uppies. Uppies. Yep.
No.
The mic is in the hairline like before me. It's hiding under here. Yeah. The mic is in my mouth. Rum, 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 rum. The mic is just here. That's why I talk like this. But now, when I lean into my microphone, you don't lose my face. When I lock into the game, now you guys will be able to hear me and also not like lose, because I was talking to Vicky on, I think it was Thursday, and I locked in something and I was like this. I was like, yeah, I'm just getting it done. And she was like, you know, I can only see half your face, right? And I was like, yeah, I feel like a goblin like this. Just, hello, chat. It's me. It's Kronos, the Goblin Overlord. I've come here for your weekly goblin reminder. Make sure you fight against the kobolds in the Kobold Wars. See? Whereas now I can be, this is the kobolds. Go and fight the goblin armies. Destroy them because they are weak and inferior, not of the dragonkin. I want to do D&D. Don't I always feel like a goblin talking chat? No, sometimes chat is more goblin-y than others. There we go. Good to see the goblin kobold war happening. Thank you, Life, according to Bird. Good job. D&D session online. If someone is willing to arrange it, I could probably do a D&D session. I just need to find someone who's willing to DM, because with every bit of will in the world, I do not have the current headspace to DM a campaign. I'm not sure Thor has I mean, yeah, if Thor wants to do his campaign, then I'm down. I think his concern was over how he does the campaign, because he wants to make sure it's got a reasonably high production value. And I think we're somewhat stuck on how to do that in a way that's visually appealing and works for the number of players. Obviously, Critical Role works very well because it's all in person. So it's very easy to have, you know, one camera on a table, etc. You know, for the center, but it's less easy remotely because I'm in the UK. Is this process automated or do you need to drive in circles? This process is not automated. I'm just driving in circles. And the carrier pilot is flying over me. sneak D&D onto Thor's schedule. I could do that. He'd be like, what is this? And I'd be like, you're DMing a campaign. And he'd be like, what the fuck? The fuck, Kronos, what are you doing? Most devious bastard in... No. But also, Thor hasn't really thought about or talked about D&D since before I was streaming, so I don't actually... I would like to assume I would get an invite, but I would never assume that I am invited, if that makes sense.
Up on the calendar.
Sunford, could you find me a link, Life According to Bird, and put it into the stream chat on my Discord so I can take a look at it later? I'm fairly sure I've killed him a few times over the weekend. When I say I, an inferior clone. I do forget that I can use auto drive though. I think it's like cancel auto drive to slow down to do corner to do edges at times though. I think this spawned at the reset. Sabu.
I don't know. I wasn't here.
I can't believe you weren't here at reset. What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, can't believe you had to go to the office. Gross.
Yeah.
How
yeah,
unreasonable and how selfish of you, quite frankly, to not be here to check the ring mouse for chat.
It was foggy, so it took me 2.5 hours to drive what normally takes about 50 minutes.
How slow do people drive in the Netherlands when it's foggy? Jeez.
Well...
In the UK, it's a struggle. It's like they speed up during the fog. They're like, oh, I can't see. Better go quick so I could dodge things.
So they closed down lanes.
Oh, they close roads. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So instead of 3 lanes, we had 2 lanes. And then we still had people that thought it would be a good idea to...
Because they wanted to keep the fog in the third lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I understand. The fog probably does deserve it. So it was here before we were, so I guess the fog deserves its own lane. Yeah, in the UK, it does seem to be that if anyone has bad weather, they just speed up, which is just wild. I don't know why that's the norm, but hey, it is what it is.
It seems Luther is incoming. Shall we shoot him?
Sorry, I didn't see a message in chat.
Okay.
If you hadn't pointed it out, I could have claimed plausible deniability, Sabu, but sadly, you've ruined it. No, it's fine. We'll see in a second, Luther. Luther wants to up his... Luther wants us to summon the grandfather worm because he's doing some worm science for us.
Is this the one where he feeds himself? Potentially. So many mediums around this thing. Ready?
Yep, I am ready. There's a black chandelier. Oh, this is... I didn't... You know how when you like hyperfixate on a song and you listen to it over and over and over and over again? And then you're like, I can't make stream do that as well, so I'll just put it into the playlist and play it at the start of stream. That's this song at the moment. And It's just come up randomly on shuffle, which I quite like. I can't be the only person to hyperfixate on songs.
No.
This time last year at TwitchCon San Diego, I was so into the song Eurydice from by Killian Scott that I think I played it maybe 300 times across the weekend. When I would get back to the hotel room, like the last thing I would do before I like went to sleep was just shut the song on, have a shower, and then just like go to bed. But I used to be free. It's casting shadows and lies. It's just the black chandelier casting shadows and lies. Just a really cool. It's just a really nice concept. It's just a really neat, like, really good imagery, which Biffy Clyro does very well in a lot of his music. Something relaxing about watching me harvest. There's something relaxing about doing the harvest, to be honest with you. Like, it's just good fun. I just enjoy it. I see why Thor and Sabu and Luther and others were enjoying it at the start of the game, but I still really enjoy flying, don't get me wrong, but like sand crawling I think is better content for you guys.
I'd say the level of focus you need as a carrier, you cannot engage as much with chat.
That's very true, yeah. I was struggling to engage with chat sometimes when I was being a carrier pilot. So don't do a drop yet. I just want to put a couple of extra songs on.
Oh yeah, the burn was coming anyways.
Ellipsis, that's the one I wanted. Owl. And good for now. Okay, I am ready when that worm is gone.
Yep.
I have not seen K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know what that is. I've heard of it, but I don't actually know what it entails.
Okay.
Apparently it's fucking everywhere right now, so I'm guessing it's quite popular. Good morning, G. How are you doing? Welcome to this fine Monday where you haven't got to do work. It's morning enough for you, right? It's your morning. Perfectly fine and reasonable, I reckon that way, yeah? Morning enough. Hello, Gallius. Glad to see you too, but thank you very much for being here. It's very kind of you to say. We vibe morning. Yep. Pacing around trying to pop them all the time. We don't need to trust a single word they say. I'm surprised Vicky hasn't kidnapped to force feed me culture at some point. Fair. It's the thing is though, like, I don't know what it is, but when I'm on Netflix, I'm not really watching. I think it's because my girlfriend's not the biggest anime fan, and normally if I'm watching Netflix on the TV, I'm watching it with her. So what we've been watching at the moment, I quite like survival TV shows. So we were watching Alone, and we were watching Naked and Afraid, and then The Island with Bear Grylls, which is British people who are in survival situations. I'm a big, I don't know, I've always liked kind of survival and kind of like camping situations and stuff, and the idea of being like marooned on an island. Good news, you passed your first vet exam in 2 years or long. I'm very proud of you, Gallius. Good job, bud. Absolutely fantastic news. Passed your vet exam. Congratulations, buddy. Big shout out for Gallius, everyone, if you're in chat. Congratulations, indeed. We like to celebrate each other's wins here. So if you've got a win, feel free to celebrate it and share it here. We're more than happy to give you a shout out and a win. I did really enjoy solo leveling because solo leveling is a lit RPG in anime format, so I was always going to enjoy that. It's an incremental progression fantasy of a main character who levels themselves up and gains power over time. It's literally the books that I read and enjoy, so I knew that I would enjoy solo leveling as a concept. That one was easy. I haven't really delved too much in yet. There's another one I want to watch, which is Cells at Work. Hey, Chorus, thank you very much for the gifts up to Gallius. It's very kind of you. You're awesome. No, you're breathtaking. Hey, Dimitri, hope you're doing well, bud. Sorry, my YouTube had hidden itself behind Twitch again, as it likes to do sometimes. We've got enough fuel. We'll be fine. Think of the Fremen. I do think of the Fremen all the time. I think about how delicious they would be. I mean, what? Huh? Who said that? Puppies. Yeah. Thank you. Why does my keyboard keep switching to US layout? It makes me very angry.
You have both layouts and
I need to disable the hotkey. There's a hotkey that does it. I just need to disable that hotkey. That's why.
I think it's triple shift or something like that. Space. Ready?
1 second. Okay, I'm ready. We might need someone to come out with another crawler if we want to really trigger the sandworm. It does seem that we've summoned a sandworm. You're getting dangerously close to politics there, please. Move on.
He's gone.
Used to stand so tall, he used to be so strong.
Dropping.
Hi, nice to see you. Hang on, I just need to write something. Uppies. Oh god, fucking US keyboard. What is going on here? Yeah, I'm just disabling this. I only have English UK in here. Don't recommend anything else. Leave me alone. Drop me. Yep. Oh wait, don't drop me. No. Why have I not got any fuel? Okay. Apparently it's just eaten all of my fuel, so I'm fuelless. Levy. Well, it's RTB. Unless you've got fuel on you.
I got a lot of fuel on me, so I'll drop you. There you go. Should be underneath me here. Oh, worm's coming. I hear worm. Cronus, worm.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. I've got no worm sign. Uppies. fine. It wasn't locked on. There was no aggro caused by the vehicle at that point. We're good. Okay. Luther, Sabu, Nellis, can one of you please check mod chat? Come on. We're all here. Ridiculous. Drop me. Thank you, Nellis. I should probably remind people that's going on because I'd forgotten about it as well. Meet me. Modib. Num 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 num. It should suck up Modib. I'm gonna be honest with you, like with how that works, like you would expect it to probably.
I think it worked like that because that's why they were in Thor's machine, right?
That's why they were in Thor's machine, yeah. That's the only reason they were in Thor's machine. Yeah, yeah. Completely agree, Sabu. No other reason, of course, that would be in Thor's machine. Not like you putting dead Muad'Dib in there at all. No. I saw somebody giving 5 yesterday that had a bonus 26. Like, just wild.
And they're matching tiers as well.
Yeah, they match tiers as well, yeah. Yeah. I know, I think most people did it on Thor's channel or on Vicky's channel, so I think everyone's tapped for the month, which is sad, but hey. I knew I was missing out on it on Friday. Yeah, so Valorant give away extra free gift subs when you give gift subs at the last few days of September. So over the weekend, they've been giving out a bunch of gift subs. They're the gift leader in pretty much everyone's stream. It's quite funny. Yes, it's active until the 1st. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pinned it. Oh, I wouldn't have gotten else to pin something for it. Oh, well, exactly, Phoebus. Yeah, I know. Is there a way for us to see how long, how do you mean by how long you've been watching? You mean the follow age, Gallius? Any tips for starting in the crawler? Yeah, make sure you're carrying spare fuel. That's basically it. Like, the crawler itself is reasonably simple. You're literally just driving over Spice Sand. You'll need to drive over it twice to get the full amount of... Whoa! Alpha, thank you very much for the 10 subs. And then, yeah, the Valorant gave 7 community gift subs after that. So Valorant nearly doubled what you just gave. So thank you for Alpha. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you for the great example of it. Yeah, so there you go, chat. You can see that Valorant gave 2 gift subs extra, and then an extra 5 bonus ones just on top. Thank you very much for that, Alpha. You're an absolute badass. It's our first gift bomb of the stream. Thank you. If we get like a lot of subs, what I'll probably end up doing is doing some kind of special goal or something that you guys want. I don't know. Do not solo. I mean, that's basic. That's probably a good advice for a crawler. Never solo the crawler. Not anymore. It's just not worth doing. I know a few people who do it, but I think that they're absolutely crazy for it, to be honest. I think it's insane. They don't do it on our server. They do it to mediums and such, which I guess is a little bit less risky, but still, a piece. It was a great misplay. Thank you very much, Alpha. You are a legend.
Thanks. Okay. Let's get engine again.
I'll be fine.
Ready?
Nope. Give me a second, please. I just need to change something in streamer bot quickly. Give me a second. Actions and queues, actions. Let's now change that from an 8 to 2. I'm also reducing the number of ads we're running while that pin message is up because I feel bad for it. There we go. Less ads for everyone. Ads reduction. Sindri, thank you very much for the 10 community gift subs and the extra 3 gifted by Valorant. You're a legend. Absolute Giga Chad. Indeed. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Those misclicks are contagious. You guys are awesome, honestly. Tabby, please can you drop? I will read those through in a second. I'll read the names out when we're done with the sand crawling while we're in flight, because that'll give us something a bit more fun to do than you guys listen to me yap about. I don't know. The efficiency of sand crawling in a circle versus a straight line. Very kind of you, Sindri. Thank you so much. Metal boxes? What are we talking about here? Dawn of War 1? Ah, yes. Going well. I've had a few little jaunts playing Dawn of War 1. We can play Dawn of War 1. It's one of the options for later when I get people to vote. Whee! Sorry. There you go, Seppo. Uppies. Right, let's go and read out those gift subs. It's absolutely awesome of you guys. Thank you very much. And Loco Cat, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs and the bonus from Valorant. You're a legend. Let me just scroll up. Where is it? Where do they go? God damn it. I can see Loco Cats, but for some reason the ones have disappeared. Oh, because my chat seems to have disconnected. Chat, can you hear me? Can you? Which? What? Hello? Okay, I can see chat on my teleprompter, but I can't see it in Twitch. Okay, well, Loco Cat, thank you very much for the gift subs to Malthus, Spectral Dolphin, Blueberry Jack, Ryo Shiva, and Fairy Wolf with the bonus one from Valorant to Tower Strike. Absolutely awesome of you guys. I'm just going to refresh my stream manager because it just looks like Twitch is just not connecting to chat through the Twitch client. Worst case scenario, I can switch to Chatterino, which I think will show me potentially the subs. Have a look. Yes, here we go. So I can say, Alpha, thank you very much for your gift subs, which went to Special Offense Curl, X Doggy Dog, Bogus, Agnars, Briggs Todlick, Kim Ibs, Autobot, Hurricane Chapman, to X Cubonic, to Underbiter, and that's it. And then the 7 from Valorant to Yucky, Sai, Rambling Zums, Huffulus, That's a bit like sneezing. Controls tempo and LJ from WV. So that's that one. And then Sindri, thank you very much for your gifts of Tashika the Cat, Nor Tiger, Forest TTB, Turtle Tamer, your gift subs to Surbloin, Mithras One, Sebi, Klepta, Mind the Blep, Cranfu. Very kind of you. And then the bonuses to Dizcliff, the BJ, and Mazkillage. So thank you very much for those, Sindri and Alpha. You guys are absolutely awesome. I really appreciate it. Why is the crawler still smoking? Because the engine's a little bit heavily, it's well-loved engine. I've switched to use it. Whoa, Alpha, thank you again for the more gift subs. You're a legend. Thank you, bud. Gift subs to Mr. Yummy Pockets, Redundant Milk, Inno, Vogon Poetress, OMG It's Spade, Platinum, Altos, Lalpari, 4chat, Psyker, and then gift subs to bonus from Valorant to Ducks on Flame and Chris Gunn. You're a legend. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support, guys. I know it's streaming's not easy all the time. Like it's there's elements to it which are quite difficult. Obviously I'm balancing a lot of stuff in the background, but I really appreciate you guys like being here, showing up, you know, putting in the effort to be here, because it's very kind of you guys. Thank you. And that support and that love helps keep me going. So thank you guys very much. Couldn't do it without y'all. You recommend the TV show The Expanse? The Expanse is well done. Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed The Expanse. I like most hard magic. It's kind of hard space setting. So at the start of it, it's very kind of hard tech. Physics is all very real. Never knew me then. Fix Twitch. Okay, Twitch is reconnected to chat. The flesh shaper. Whoop. I would definitely geoengineer Arrakis if I could. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you? Although you do need it for spice, and I do love spice. I do enjoy it. Spice enjoyment is indeed a passion of mine.
I started a little project to support that, which means that I'm going to try and make 1,000 batteries in one go, which is 800,000 fuel cells.
Did you say you want... Or did you say you need 100,000 fuel cells?
800,000.
800,000... Oh, that's so much, Sabu. Why?
Why not?
I mean, true, it's like me planning to use my launch to unlock one of the center things at some point. Who knows? Why? Wow. I could probably turn Sabu up a bit if that helps you guys. Okay. Wait, that was the wrong dial. There we go, you're a little bit higher now. Go on. I can fit through this gap. I'm... horrifying.
You don't have the repair skill, right?
No, I don't. I will respec today. That's one of the things I will do. An end of the week respec.
That's fine. I'll fix up the crawler.
Fix that. I like how Charon's named themselves the Charon's Ferrying Services. Well, there you go. That's 7 runs. Let's go back and get some more.
Yeah, the rest needs to be transported back to Haga, because that's not going to finish in time otherwise.
Oh yeah, we'll have to cancel some of that job, won't we?
Yeah.
We'll get as much done as we can.
Yeah.
Oh, do you need welding wire?
Nah, there's still about 600. Oh. Karen already diving on the transport. Let's see. Jake. Yes, you're ready. You emptied it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't forget batteries.
I'm just trying to arrange stuff for my my TwitchCon panel. I've got 4 on me. You gave me 5, so I'll be fine. I've got 4 and a full. I guess that'll be fine. I must have emptied mine into my assault thopter at some point, or into the Haga Basin base. In fact, I'm just going to do something in my Discord quickly. Because we have charity announcements, but I don't know if you guys would like... Well, I don't know if you guys would like, but you're getting it anyway, so tough shit. We're getting a charity announcements. Missions, roles. Let me do roles. There's no stream. I need no charity. I'll do it from time. Let's do create role.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Charioteer. That's what we use for chariots. For charities, charioteer is how you describe someone who does work with charities, right? That's how that works. Oh, that's come on the right channel, yeah, that's fine. Good job getting through that storm. Nice work.
Now we understand the science. It's easy.
Reminds me so I can do that for future because I've got some stuff. As many of you know, I think Discord is a piece of shit, but it's the only thing that we have that works the way it does. So when I get the rare desire to actually do something with my Discord, I should just take the opportunity and do it. Hello, Calras. Thank you very much for the raid of 4 viewers, buddy. Great to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, because there's some charity stuff upcoming for another channel that I'm doing some stuff with, and I have friends who do a bunch of charity stuff. So if it's something like if I do like a charity event, I want to be able to announce it there. And I know that while some people might not want to be involved in dream pings, they might want to get charity pings. So I'm going to give people an option. Elfin Salat, thank you very much for continuing your sub from a prime or a gift to a tier 1 a few minutes ago. You're a legend. It's very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. Internet just gone while flying your assault. That's not ideal, Lost Wanderer. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Nice. Reminding myself. Future me will be very happy to get a 1 hour and a 1 hour warning of that. See, that's my my current issue with I was thinking about getting an uninterruptible power supply so that I can maintain going on stream, for example, if the internet goes down. But actually, if I'm going to do that, then I also need to have a router backup that goes to mobile, and the mobile signal where I am is not ideal. So like having like, well, you know, backup power supply, you know what I mean? Any tidbits about the expansion for Dune Awakening coming in December? Any tidbits that I know that I would normally be able to talk about, I would have done so. So I don't actually have any tidbits. I know they're working on Endgame very heavily. But the problem is that, like, when, yeah, the router, well, as far as I understand it, when you get a power outage, fiber internet also goes down. Because I have to keep my fiber box powered. But even then, I don't know if during a power cut, if I had additional power going to it, it would actually work. Because my understanding is those electrical signals have to come from somewhere. And if there's no electricity, there's no signals coming down the line. I don't know. Internet confuses me. Because every time Thor's power goes out, the fiber also goes out. And the same thing happens around here. I know someone else who's got a 100 power supply, but when their fiber goes down, sorry, when their power goes down, their fiber also goes out. But I don't understand it enough to know why that's working. Yeah.
But Thor's power goes out pretty regularly. How is it for you?
I mean, no, my power goes out like once a year. That's the problem. It doesn't go out. I had a chain of power cuts a while ago because there was an issue in the water supply in the street was leaking in and causing the power to basically like ground out.
Mm-hmm.
But like the power system in the UK is largely far more stable. But if there's ever any interruption or my power has to go down for a while, it gives me that backup system because obviously otherwise I had to end the stream. But I know the new expansion and the new tier, I don't have that confirmed yet, but I'd be very surprised, Bluesman, if they were focusing on an end game patch. They're talking because obviously it's slated as end game on the roadmap. I would be very surprised if the end game didn't involve them adding another tier of something. I'd be very surprised. Let's be real, especially given that it's adding us a new area, that we're getting like towards new areas and such in the future. Okie dokie, I am in the driver's seat and ready. Okay, thank you, game, I guess. That was a nice... Are you working? Okay. Auto drive just apparently isn't wanting... Oh, now it's working. Weird. Time to see if your Thopter's live or not. I hope it is, Womprat. I really hope it is. If not, we can always help you replace it, bud. We've got plenty of resources. Although I think we're low on plastinium, but that's not hard to harvest anymore. Why we're low on it, it's become such a meme that if you need plastinium, you just hop over the border and harvest it. Like, genuinely kind of sad to see. I mean, yes, the dead giveaway is that, yeah. Although, the fact that it's the medium one, at the moment, we don't really need a size above medium, apart from just being absolutely... Like, we are already a bit ridiculous with things like melange and spice residue, but how many other times have we actually filled up a series of boxes other than when we're doing spice sand like this?
Flower sand.
Flower sand we were harvesting because we knew it was going to get fixed. That's a really bad example. That was just taking advantage of the fact that, okay, well, I'm just going to pre-stock so I don't have to do that annoying farm in future. Fuel cells, okay. You can fit 2,500. Yeah, that's going to be... Oh, God. How many containers of fuel cells is that, Sabu? 800,000.
I'm about halfway and filled 3 boxes.
You've got 3 boxes and you're halfway. Okay, Jesus. I think someone just tried to fly by us, but didn't manage to key up properly.
Must be loot there.
Basically, chat, if the internet ever goes down or the power goes down, I'm just gonna start pedaling. That's my plan. I'll just like, I don't know, I'll just rig up some kind of rudimentary power generator and just start pedaling. Sorted, done. Yeah, the problem is that I can't afford, like, you forget that, like, I'm not... streaming isn't infinite money, and the work I do for Thor, I have taken a pay cut, because obviously, you know, learners, and I'm doing my own stream as well, so work-wise, like, I'm not doing as much there, so, like, I can't just go out and buy a commercial option that easily, because commercial option normally means quite expensive.
Do you have solar cells?
I don't have solar panels, no. Have we got bugged sand?
Oh, so far.
Yeah, we do. Let me turn in and get some of these ones that I think I can see on the middle. Go forward. There's a random patch over here. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I mean, Phoebus, you can always DM me the info if you need to. There's also one over there.
Yeah, it's still there. The one you drove over.
Oh, I hate it when this happens. That's a bug I want them to fix. It makes sand quarrying really frustrating to have these multiple different weird bits of spice residue. Do I have a separate streaming PC? I do not currently, no. I have one I could probably use for streaming, but I need to figure out how all of that works. And then what I put where, and then that was one of the reasons why I was doing that big office rework and worked out that I'm going to need to get a new desk that's going to work better for what I need. Ultimately, I've got one up on the desk which runs into all the cameras and stuff. For distances wise, it just works better for cable length. But I don't have a one that's uppies. Thank you. Having 2 PCs in a very close proximity in here will also get quite difficult, because if I ever want to shut the door of this room, I need oxygen, and that's going to get real warm real fast. So I would also need to put in, like, air conditioning, for example, like as a standalone unit, because obviously during winter I can't just have the window open, because I'll just freeze. As much as Bailey might ask for me to open the window, it will just get immediately closed afterwards. That's what's going to happen.
So one of the things I saw as a solution for that one is water cooling with the radiator outside.
But water cooling the PC, you mean? With the radiator outside the house?
Yes.
Just really, really long tubes coming off of an AIO.
Yeah.
I...
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Interesting principle, but at that point I might as well just... if I'm drilling holes in the wall for that, I might as well just put in air conditioning, right?
Yeah, you can do both.
Why would I do both when one do good? Why do many work when one work do good?
Builds.
You just want me to drill holes in my walls. That's what it is.
Yeah, Bailey wants holes in walls.
I don't think that Bailey wants holes in the walls leading to outside. I think he likes the fact that it's warm and cozy inside. He's got a number of holes to the outside, like his cat flap. One work do good, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad I put it in language that you can understand, G. Although speaking of which, what are we doing this week? I'm busy on Saturday evening. Because I now have a call about Discord moderation. Not Discord moderation, Twitch moderation. On Discord. Streamer brain gets worse the longer the stream goes. We're over the 3-hour mark now. It's why some people have to give up at 3 hours. You message me, don't let you forget. Okay, I try not to let you forget, but you do realize who you're asking. Like, well, exactly, Solar Potato. I'm hoping that their development of the end game is good and they listen to the players. I would like to speak more to the devs about it, and I think I probably will be reaching out to the community managers I know, because obviously we've got an awful lot of experience on the private servers of how things should and can be. We've got one of the kind of the better gameplay experiences available, and I'd like to be able to talk to them about how that can be achieved in a broader sense across the game. I think that while you can't make players act a certain way, and you can't necessarily ban people for just being shitty, what you can do is you can incentivize the good behaviors, and you can give the players who are doing those shitty behaviors somewhere else where they can exercise those behaviors against other people who are like themselves. And I think ultimately that's going to be key, so that those PvP players no longer getting their enjoyment at the expense of the PvE players, and those PvE players can then catch up, and you segment the game out so that it actually works. Because the Landsrad isn't an engaging end game. I'm going to be really honest with you. I think that PvP has a place in here, but I think that ultimately you need to have a separate deep desert. Thank you. Is there a known issue with inventory not being accurate when you use the weapon fabricator repair machine, etc.? When you say inventory not being accurate, how do you mean? Do you mean it not showing you the correct amount of materials that you actually have?
Ready?
Yes. You have 135 duralumin and it shows 0. Is it on the same circuit as your craft? So in the top right corner of the screen, you'll see a circuit in and a circuit out. Make sure that the circuit in to your weapon fabricator is the same as the circuit out in the container that has that duralumin in it. Because if the duralumin is only available in circuit 1 and you're trying to manufacture from circuit 3, it won't be able to pull that stuff. It's set up that way. And that's as easy as just misclicking in the UI at some point. You could have just switched it on to like circuit 8 or something instead. Honestly, not a problem, but happy to be of assistance. Hope it works out. If not, come back, because I have a couple of other ideas it might be.
But don't see you.
Oh, thank you, Phoebus. I also need to do a few things, like give you guys a clip command so that people can save clips. So that I can help any future video editors out who are like, I would like to make some clips for you, and I'd be like, here you go. This automatically saved a clip of the last 30 seconds. I will... Another reminder for future me. Future me is going to be really upset.
Just put one of the Clonuses on it.
But one of the many Chronai, yes. They are all busy, you do understand that. Like they are their own, they do have a right to their own existence and personalities and lives and such. You know, I'm not a total slave master with them.
Then make more.
If every time I do that, we run a risk of imploding the planet. Don't ask why, but there's only so much Chronos that the planet can take at any given time. Yeah, the Kronai all get bread, yeah. Yeah. It's too late. Thor gave us bread at TwitchCon San Diego last year. He handed us a whole basket full of bread, and that was it. Multiple times. So the British Kronai are allowed Greggs. The overseas ones aren't allowed it, because otherwise they'll all flood to the UK. Yeah. Yeah, Thor was was lulled into a false sense of security, and provided bread at TwitchCon. Yeah, I know. Yeah, handed me bread. What a foolish move. Thor was killing off one of the more annoying Kronai. They're just caught in a loop, and I can't really be bothered to deal with them. So I've just left. I've let them spin off into their own instance, and the Hades game is designed to combat that. And that means that if in future I decide that I need to respawn, I can use any version of Hades as one of my phylacteries. Is there proof that you got bread? I've got a photo of him handing me bread. I've got a photo. There's also a photo of me at the Streamer Awards with bread that he's passed me. Where did the bread joke? Oh, it's been going on for a really long time now. I think it started from a couple of different reasons. Like that's the problem. There's a few of them. One of them was because my avatar is a duck. You've got the whole ducks. Don't feed ducks bread. That was one of them. Then there was also because you shouldn't give bread to Ham because he'd become a reversed sandwich. There's a few things. Cronus, I have come to bargain. You have nothing from which to bargain for, young small mite. Oh, hang on. I messed that up on the corner. Little blob of spice. Please. Got any grapes? Is there a best place to build your endgame last base? Narcissus, I would probably say that there are a couple of... Oh, sorry if you've got ads. There are a couple of good locations for your base for your last one. I personally think it's best to have it very, very near to a boundary so that you can get in and out of it very easily, and then you can fly around Harga Basin from there. So we've built next to the quartermaster for the Harkonnen, so you can enter the map at the 3 o'clock position and just go straight in. But it depends on what you want. I know a few people have made bases in the Sheol at the very bottom position at the 7 o'clock, and they've made large bases out there on the islands because you can do that. And they've really enjoyed... I'm not in the Harga Basin, so it's quite difficult. Give me a second. Let me get it up on... Let me get you a picture. Sorry, I don't know why somebody became Scottish then. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, copy image. Paint. Was paint I summoned thee? We know not whether you are married. Okay, so here we go. Not a problem, Narcissus. I'm happy to talk about this. These are the spawns for, is it basically, depending on where you enter on the map, this is where you end up. Let me scroll down so you can see all of them. Let's do this. So, where you enter the clock position on the map, this is where you'll get. Personally, we live on this... Fairly sure it's that one there. So we live on that little red circle. Anywhere that's close to one of these spawns is good. Further south, are we on...
Just at the tip of the lower end of 3.
Yeah, because 3 is... This is before the spawn move, that's why I'm being thrown off. Probably there. We're in this kind of area, fuck it. Down here in the Sheol, that's a good option. You can enter at 7 and 8, do that. Up here in the Udan is a very good location. A lot of people built here. 12 is a very good. 11 o'clock is surprisingly up here is surprisingly underused. 11 o'clock is very, very good. But my advice to you is build close to one of these locations ultimately, because it will set you up more easily. If you are progressing into the end game, up here is very good, but you may find eventually that if you want to take part in the lands rad, that actually down here by the quartermaster, or if you're the tradies, 12 o'clock still works.
you have further to fly. That's ultimately why we did it. It's quick. It's close to this, and it's close to this. That's what we did. My advice to you: build close to one of these positions. You can have up to 3 bases at a given time, with 3 fiefs. Yeah, 12 is used for cobalt paste, and also for these. You get a lot of aluminium up this stage, so it's quite good. DQB, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1, buddy. You're awesome. You're a legend. Thank you for that. Great to see you. Anywhere or need to be close? Anywhere really matters. It's about flying to or from. So we can keep going, Sabo, if you want. Bison. Ultimately, though, build where you feel like. If you find that after a while of being somewhere, you don't like it anymore, move. You can move. It's a bit of a pain to move, but with Thopters being 2,000 storage, you can have multiple bases. How do you pay the taxes? You need to go to Haga Basin. You need to go from Haga Basin to Arakeen or Harko Village and pay the Imperial Embassy that's there. It's marked by a lion hologram. What is my armor? I'm using Shaddam's bladder, heavy gauntlets, pincushion helmet, and the soft step boots. Whoops, I'm going to have to do that on another pass. That's a big chunk taken out. Yeah, this is indeed tasty spice. Tasty spice indeed. How much are taxes? I think they are 5,000 Solari per expansion, 4,000 Solari plus an additional 4,000 for each of the claim units, I believe. I don't know. We don't have taxes on. Well, yeah, because you're capped on the number of claim units you can have. So. Atreides get building stuff and defect into Harkonnen. Good job, proud of you. 4K for advance and 2K per expansion. Like I said, we don't have taxes on our server because I think that having 2 systems for losing your base doesn't make sense. Baby Doll Bites, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. You are now a bread roll. You have risen. Enjoy the Bailey emotes. Thank you for being here. I've also uploaded the 6-month one, so you guys can now see that there is a 6-month sub badge coming. We have a few more. We have a 9-month and also a 1 year ready, which is fun. The idea of like sticking around and you guys wanting me to do this for a year blows my mind. It's very, very kind of you all.
So when are you prepping for the 2-year one then?
When am I prepping the 2-year one? After the 1 year one. Like, what if I get to the 1 year mark and no one's here? Wouldn't that be funny? At that point, I wouldn't bother doing a 2-year one. I'd be like, you know what? I'm going back to the corporate life. I'm going to redon my snake skin and become a lizard person. Go back to the corporate world. Whoa. It would be a real culture shock for me to go back to the corporate world. I've become so much more relaxed about just unnecessary stuff since it.
And all that stuff, right? It's so much easier now.
I was so sick of CEOs, man. Having to pretend to be cold-blooded is different. That's why so many managers have to go and move to places like Dubai and stuff, because they're warm-blooded, chat. That's what it is. All the CEOs are in places like the Cayman Islands, you know, for a reason. There's a warm place, uppies. Yeah, there is. I heard the worm and I was not comfortable. See, I've got the worm sense. Go to a meeting and call all of my co-workers chat. Call management chat, that's what it would be, because you're presenting to them. Okay, chat. This is how you don't get caught by the government lying about how you're treating your customers. Don't do it. Okay, I'm ready to go down.
They're refilled as well.
Yep, so Vulture mode in an Ornithopter disables the wing beat and basically turns you into a glider. It works very, very well in conjunction with a thruster on the Ornithopter, because you then can basically use your rocket power in a glider mode to go quite quickly.
All the way up to 870 meters.
Nah, you can get to 890 if you try. Ventex, we laugh, but like broadly, that's what some people actually are like in the financial services world. And the oil world. The power generation world is so wild. Ofgem have a task to do. I know I do seem very corporate, but that's just the training, I'm sorry. Nah, the fracking 5 are dead, long live the Spice 7. Ofgem are rapidly moving in on the spice trade, chat. They don't believe that it's only a spice. When do I think we'll get skins for the carrier? The carrier is an end game item. If they're expanding the end game, I would like to think that there would be an expansion to the end game items as well. So you'll see an expansion of things like the sand crawler to maybe have a flower sand vacuum as well as a spice sand vacuum. I would like there to potentially be things like, you know, a water harvester for the sand crawler. If the sand crawler went on to drove over those water fields that are full of plants in the Haga Basin, it should give you it should let you harvest water. It should be able to have like a large water tanker. I think the carrier should be able to have skins on it, all kinds of stuff, yeah. Skins and swatches. I think that expanding endgame items is ultimately expanding the endgame as a whole, and making it more fun to fly your carrier or to be able to express some individuality of your carrier would be fun. Especially because they're meant to be giving us this large carrier module for carrying stuff. So they're going to be, it's going to be expected that a carrier will be in use much, much more inside Haga Basin, where they can fly up, just drop a large cargo container. Hello. Hi. What were you doing? You just come straight up to sit by the window. Okay. Little bubba. How do you unlock the Atreides building? You buy them inside Harko, Village, and Arakeen from the respective vendors for your faction once you've got up to a certain faction reputation. So as Harkonnen, you can buy the Atreides ones. They just cost twice the amount. So a lot of people went Atreides first, got all the items, betrayed Atreides, went across to Harkonnen, and got all of the Harkonnen stuff, which is a completely valid way of playing the game if that's what you want to do. Makes sense. I just paid double the price. As a Harkonnen, you can buy the Atreides stuff, you just don't get a discount. Oh well. Lari's kind of a meme at that point anyway.
Like 2 million.
You understood nothing. There are vendors in Harko Village and Arakeen, the central trade hubs, you know, the towns where you need to go to pay your taxes. One of the vendors there sells the Atreides buildings, etc. for you once you've gotten through the quest line for your faction. Arafiel, maybe the Assault Thopter is, you know, embarrassed or, you know, shy about its front module. You can't just go around talking about an Assault Thopter's front module like that. I can't believe you would do it. It's just not right. Yeah, module shaming. In this day and age. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Puppies. It looks weird empty. I can't believe you'd say that. That's so rude of you. Hello. Meow. Okay, we're ready to go down. Once the woman's gone. Thank you for giving yourself a scritch right by the open window and just letting all the floof blow into the room, Bailey. It's very kind of you. Sorry about that, chat. Yes, there were only 3 ring mounts this week.
Open.
Yep. Bailey sent me a donation of floof indeed, Phoebus, yeah.
For the charity.
The distribution was really nice. Actually, it's not, because Hotel 2 and Hotel 8 are in the middle of the 3x3s. And, unfortunately, that means that the worm is very, very active. He is the true streamer, that is true.
That's on the east.
I can't believe you got auto-modded for that. Fuck off, auto-mod.
There you go.
My large spice generators just disappeared overnight from my base and I got a power loss. I've not seen that at all, Sky. No. I've not heard of anything of the type. They just, like, just your generators disappeared. I've not heard anything of the sort.
Is there a hole in the floor or something?
Well, if they would have mentioned if there was a hole in the floor. If it's the only thing that was missing, that's really specific and very, very weird.
Yeah.
Also, by large spice generator, you mean large spice refinery, or do you mean spiced fuel cell generators? It sounds like he's talking about the generators, yeah. Yeah, there you go, spiced fuel cell generators. That's really weird. There was no missing floor or anything? You have your generators on a roof. Were they exposed to the sandstorm and destroyed by the sandstorm? Because they have low hit points, and if they're outside of the shields, they're going to get hit by the sandstorm. Go and look at how damaged the other generators are. If the other generators are damaged, it might just be that spice fuel cell generators have a very, very low hit points, which would make sense because, you know, the end game items seem to have lower amounts of hit points. The generators are fine, or are the generators damaged? Yes, that's what I would check. I would basically see whether they got damaged by the sandstorm and destroyed that way, because that's the only thing I could think of. If they're on a roof, that's quite a specific issue. Do you think maybe the sub-thief console was moved a bit? It could be, yeah. It could be that they were moved outside the sub-thief border, but you say that you could move the generators there, so it sounds like you might have noticed that if that was the case, because you wouldn't be able to place anything there now. Good point, Elfin Splat. Elfin Slat. Sorry. Can't see what is and isn't dropped sand.
So far it looks good. I don't think you missed anything.
I'm sure I've missed something. daylight will come and it'll see that I've left a residue penis just somewhere like accidentally. The uppies. Yeah, if you had power before they disappeared, then if one of them was destroyed by the storm, or one of them ran out, then it could have gone out and then been destroyed afterwards. Is shield as big as the build area or X amount near the fief? The shield is what's attached to your base normally, so it's the size of the fief, once powered.
Yep.
How long away is my next break? 10 minutes, okay, I need to rehydrate. Getting another drink. None equals generators. It looks, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it sounds like somehow that got destroyed by a generator. You had them stand for over 3 weeks with power now, so it might just be that they've taken 3 weeks worth of damage and they finally degraded enough. Have you gone up with the repair tool from the construction tool? Down. Have you gone up to it with the repair part of the construction tool and seen if you can repair any of those items? Because it might just be that they've degraded so much over time that they have broken. It happens if the storm kept hitting them. Never repaired anything in your base, I would probably go around and check to see if anything needs repairs. Because you might find there's other things which are damaged which need that repair. It sounds to me like that item was destroyed by the sandstorm because it was vulnerable in some way. I know it sucks, bud, but that's, you know, the nature of the game sometimes in the way that it'll take away. And, you know, at least earning spice back in its generators is, like, earning spice through generators is kind of the easiest it's ever been at this stage of the game. So if you need any, if you're on our servers and you need any help getting back set up with your power, let us know. We can probably fly out with some way of making it work.
Yeah, we have enough residue to spare, right? To make a couple of cells.
I told you I missed a bit. You're on packs? Ah, okay, well in that case, unfortunately we can't give you items. I hope that the base isn't too damaged and you're at least able to recover your stuff. I'm full.
To be done.
I'm back again in a minute. See, if this field has 250,000 spice sand in it, then there must be we've run in 150,000 so far. There's 100,000 left in the belt. That's a huge amount. It doesn't feel like there should be 100,000 left in there, but it makes sense. Hey, Charon. What a legend.
Well, this load is for Charon to start transporting if they like to do anything.
Alternatively, Charon could bring out other carrier and crawler. We can see if we can reset the field. We just need 2 people. And a carrier and a crawler. Spook online? Spook's online. Izuna's online, and Arthur's. We could definitely get a multi-spicing operation going. A Monday multi-spice. Come on.
Always nice with the deadline.
This is just our Vape Nation advert, Jaxus. Yeah, Vape Nation. You're washing your hair right now. How are you typing in chat while washing your hair? That's a skill. I'm impressed. I am pleased with that dedication, Small Mike. I'm proud of you. That's a level of dedication that, as a chat member, I think we should all aspire to. Bro, you're more than welcome to come Monday multi-spice. You'd be more than welcome. You're very, very welcome. You lost one practice, but you could just fly over the border and just bring a carrier, for example. Just bring over an assault and a carrier. In the assault, bring your sandcrawler, disassemble that, and then, you know. I'm sure. Charon, bring your sandcrawler back across, and we can find someone. Well, you definitely seem like a premium chat member, a premium gamer with the premium drops. Randy would be proud of you. Ooh. I'm glad I haven't got a microphone that catches my neck. Right, if you bring your carrier across, you and Charon can collaborate, and then we've got a lovely pair. We love that. You've got a carrier, they've got a crawler. Match made in Arrakis. Think of how much spice we can harvest. Oh. If I was live every day of the week, we'd have a real spice issue on our server. Just saying. It does, though. You heard a faint crunch. Oh, in that case, I'm very sorry if you did actually hear my my spine across the microphone. Nothing. I can't help it. I am a broken human. If you meet at the B5 base, you and Charon can meet up there. And then Charon can sandcrawler and you can fly. And then it's Hotel 2 currently. Although if that changes, we will let you know.
Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 mediums around that at the moment. It's ridiculous.
There's another one. Yeah, Foob, I know that feeling. Best avoided if you can. It's one of the reasons why a good chair and stuff is better. Yeah, it's not a problem, Charon. We're still 10,000 meters away, so you've still got plenty of time. Interestingly, my microphone doesn't pick me up whistling as talking. The sound suppression cuts it out, which is quite fun.
Oh, Wombat is joining in as well.
Looks like Wombat's gonna fly Charon's crawler.
Yeah, so Suna and Wombat. And then Caroline is gonna...
Exactly, look. I can't get my camera up there very easily. Oh, stinky. Oh, chat. Oh. Awful. Disgusting. Now you can't see it though. Look, we've reduced our emissions to 0, chat. We are an excellent corporation. What emissions? Welcome to the Volkswagen Corporation. How can I be of assistance? I don't know what you're talking about. See, exactly. See, 0 emissions. No, 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 no. No emissions. No emissions. Net zero achieved. Oh wait, there we go. Net zero achieved. We were talking about my my moderation panel before, weren't we? Got things like tools, tricks, and tips. We've got building a mod team, so how to find and train mods, trust delegation and long-term mod relationships, compensation, mod burnout, and recognition. That's going to be a discussion. Handling crises and controversies. Big one. Mental health and boundaries. That's both streamers and mods. And then we've got a Q&A section at the end. And I do believe it will be recorded and broadcast because it's actually on the PJ Sugar stage, so it should be broadcast as one of the main panels, which is alarming. There's no imposter syndrome here. During the ad break chat, I'm going to go and grab myself another drink and stretch my legs, and try not to think about the imposter syndrome. I will be right back.
Goblin.
A fuel cell somewhere?
Big box in the corner upstairs.
Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing broadcast you were left with. Look at that gripping television. Just stuck inside the sandcrawler. This is fine. Thanks, Abu.
Yeah, just need to repair the carrier and then we can go.
Oh, nice. Cheers. In that case, I'll eat these blueprints while I'm here because they're just kind of taking up space. I want to run a A2 and A3 again a little bit later because I want to see if I can get the lasgun blueprint for Null. They've been trying for like 6 weeks now, so if I can give it a couple of extra attempts, we'll see if the streamer luck kicks in, and then we could give them the blueprint. Ignis, yes. I am indeed. If I go like this and I go guilds, yeah. He hasn't been on for a few days. I'm indeed the lead moderator. May I ask, I'm very interested in the theme that you'll be talking about, but I don't think 30 minutes will be enough to say everything you would want to say. Is there any way you would be kind of to talk about this to the extent you really want? What you mean, like... What you mean, like doing expanded talk after TwitchCon on it kind of thing? What did you just pick up? Oh, you didn't.
Pick up anything.
I thought I heard the sound of something picking up and putting down, but I think it was the other carrier getting sorted. All I can do when the road bends. What did I do with that? I was...
Wait, I need to go back. I only got 3 batteries left. That's not good enough.
You've only got what?
3 batteries left because I gave you 5. So
Okay, yeah, let's go back and grab some more. I mean, it is an hour-long session, Balthazar, so I'll be honest, like, it's not half an hour, it is an hour. I just wanted to make sure. I was a bit confused for a second, because I was like, I remember it being an hour long. It is an hour long, so it's not half an hour.
It's 50 minutes of you and then 10 minutes for the
Not
rest?
50 minutes of me, no. Freya, no, I can't, because you're not in... Oh, there we go, there you go. I've got 3 batteries left, I'll be fine.
Hey, how's it going?
Allah. Hang on, if we're gonna have more people in comms, I will disable... There we go. Done. You guys are all good? There we go. I think Womprat was joining as well, weren't they? There we go. You'll need to ask Charon in chat for the Sandcrawler. They're probably on their way back. Oh, apparently Lost Womprat is bringing theirs, so you just need to wait for Lost Womprat then. They said after they get it built, they're just picking it up now, they're loading into Haga. Arthur, I'm not the party lead, so no. You have to ask Sabri for that. What a shame. Guess you're running the risk there, Arthur. Dabba, you can see it on my stream. Just to save the dyslexia typing, you can just read it, which is fine for dyslexia, right? Not a problem at all. You need to rebuild your base in Haga as your OCD messed up to the point that nothing was correct in the base and it was way too dark in it for everyone else's liking, so you had to fix your base today. You might have time to do things tomorrow and set on a ferry for 5 hours on Wednesday to get 1 kidney stone body on Thursday. Boog, it sounds like you're kind of in the wars, buddy. I hope you're alright. You're... jeez. I hope your OCD lets you make a base that you're happier with this time. Hello, John O'Clock. I'm doing very well, thank you, buddy. How are you? Great to see you today, dude. Oh, there's a wasp in here. I love wasps. Please don't hurt me, wasp. I'm on your side, obviously. I'm very clearly pro-wasp, and you shouldn't come into this room. Yes, done. Wasp trapped outside. 4-1 for the Republic. Luther is testing how close he can get to a ringmouth before he gets eaten by a grandfather worm, which is a fun test, I think. When I lean to the left, a halo appears. Oh yeah. Oh. Aren't all clone like Kronos's angel clones like angel Kronos's? How did the desk rebuild go? It's pretty much back to the way it was because that was the most efficient way to make it work. I need to replace the desk on a clock, which means I need to do some like fundraising over time and stuff. I need to save money for it. Or I need to write a well-written marketing email saying, "Hi, my name is Kronos. I'm a streamer on Twitch. I've had back issues all my life, and I would love to I'd love to discuss representing your brand for people who, who spend a lot of time sitting down, doing stuff all day. How do you fancy a dealy deal?" I might as well try and pull the holds. I've got a spine problem card as much as I can, right? Because, if anyone needs a good desk, it's probably someone who's had 4, 5 spine operation. How many spine operations? 2, 3, 4. 5.5 spine operations. Secret Labs Chronos Edition, that'd be great fun. I would like to, how do I have a half? One surgery that had to get stopped halfway through because I had an adverse reaction to anesthesia. They had to be terminated before they could finish the surgery. Yeah, happens. I wasn't aware of it until afterwards. I just came to and I was like, "Oh, hasn't been done." They were like, "Oh yeah, you had an adverse reaction to the anesthesia." And I was like, "Okay, well, I was fine." No, I've got biomechanics in my spine this time around. I've got some metal, but I've also got some, yeah, some... They put in some, like, biomechanic stem cell things this time around, apparently, which was remarkably cool. So, like, that's a thing. Boy, yes, spine operation on the bottom of your spine without anesthesia sounds more like a horror film than an operation, Crowley. I'm gonna be honest with you, not about that life. I'm not the Borg, and it's unrelated, but you might be assimilated. You're certainly a chat member, G. Yes, definitely. Machara, I don't think you have clearance for that information. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Do I have a favorite kind of tea? Long Island iced. Hello, Uncommoner. Great to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Puppies. Luther, I commend your soul to Shai Halud. Oh. Good job, Luther. Proud of you. He's taking his sweet time. What was that? Oh, it was just this. He's gone. He's behind one of the mouth parts. Does he survive? Oh my god. Look at him. He's still in there. Fair play to him. Use the carrier hanger. Oh yeah, you can make it on the wall. That is a thing as well. So Luther's testing out how close you can be to the center of the grandfather worm without getting actually eaten. So Luther, when you say 25 meters, what are you saying? 25 meters above the ground or 25 meters away from the worm breach? What are you using to judge your distance? Explain to chat what your test is and why you're doing it. That's what I mean. Okay, chat, so I'm flying back to Hotel 2 at the moment just to check. I left the sector, so I've left the 3x3 cell around it. And I'm flying back to it just to make sure that the same one isn't going to reset, because that is sometimes what happens. It doesn't look like it currently, but sometimes it doesn't load in until you get very, very close. So we're going to go and test out and see what it is that we're doing. Otherwise, we'll head towards I-5 and Hotel 8 to see if those are. So that there is no spawn there by the looks of things. Well, Luther, it's just very interesting that the very center of the worm mouth, you might actually be fine to be almost on the sand or like 10 meters up and just completely safe from the worm, which is hilarious. I find that deeply funny. I am looking forward to Battlefield 6 indeed, Chiefer. Yeah, it should be good fun. There's a lot of new stuff coming out the next couple of weeks, though, isn't there? What have we got? Let's see. Battlefield 6 on the 10th. Yeah, that's exciting. Let's see what else is coming out in October. I guess when there was more stuff coming out. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is coming out. What else? What else? Outer Worlds 2. A few things on this list, yeah. Relic Guardian. I could just do with I could do with an MMO which isn't shit, chat. That's what I would like. I'd like an MMO which isn't currently broken and ruined. That's what I would like. Block game's not... I don't mean block game, though. Go to your type, it's PlayStation 5 exclusive. I do not have a PlayStation 5. I even have an Xbox. Which would make sense. They do if you're on the ground, Pan Miyagi. If you're lower down enough that the rocks can hit you, then yeah, you can take damage from these. You didn't get hit by the small ones. If you're right down the middle, apparently you do take damage. You were standing in the center of it. Interesting. What about the ring mouth? I thought that wasn't. Good morning, Lamina. How are you doing? There we go. Spicy. Spice maxing. Indigo 5. Oh my. We will likely, however, community, and some of you might be more interested than others. I have a friend who is setting up a Minecraft server, which is going to be like, it's going to be similar to Dune in the way that it runs. Like, you'll have a safe area, but there will be a PvP area. It's got a full economy in it. So after TwitchCon, we will likely have some Minecraft available for the community, as well as Block Game. If you're interested in joining us, then keep your eye out for that, I guess, because there's 2 of us coming, or have we got... Oh, wait. Have we got 3 people coming out, or just 2? Because I know that Small Might is here as well. Arthur's here, so we can actually likely get a third crawler out. I'll start with circles, but we'll likely move to doing segments at some point. Maximum spicing. This is the right kind of spice for a Monday morning. As in lots of spice. Morning somewhere, Luther. It's morning for Small Might. There you go. So it counts. It counts. It's fine. We're clear. Yeah, something like that, Lufair. Exactly. It's always morning somewhere. It's still morning for some of stream, so I can count as calling it morning still. Definitely how that works. No other reason. I'm not like prematurely getting onto San Diego time or anything, because that would be crazy, right? Hey, Jessa Dave, how are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. Puppies. Overslept, but it's day off. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to rest up and have an enjoyable part of your day off. I'm just gonna grab a drink 1 second. I definitely didn't just breathe in my drink, chat. Life flashed before my eyes then. I'm ready when it's clear, but I can't see if it's clear. Okay. Alright, I'm ready. Nice. When you say it's a lot of spice dust now, I think it's just the right amount of spice dust now. Wouldn't you like to have this much spice dust in your air, chat? Imagine how happy and how full of energy and vision you'd be if this was your this was your day, you know. Press a button and you press a button, the spice con comes on. You get pre-spiced in the morning. Your alarm goes off, the spice starts flowing. Why not? Abyss, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. The support of all of you guys coming back for multiple months in a row means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much. You guys are legends. Thank you very much, Alpha. That's right, Abyss. And also Alpha for all the subs earlier. And for Sindri for the gift subs earlier. You guys are all legendary. The gift subs from Valorant. I played the point and click adventure Paradigm, right? What happens in Paradigm? Sorry, I've played quite a few games, and sometimes names with more like generic names don't stand out for me. Yes, okay, yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, I think I did many years ago. A beatboxing eggplant. Okay, no, maybe not. A beatboxing eggplant. You started playing this a week ago. Are you crazy? You're the best MMO ever made. I don't think it's the best MMO ever made. Just to be clear, it's a good game. I think it's a great. It's a great survival crafting game, a bit like Rust and DayZ and other things. I think it has a lot of future. You're not at the end game yet, Synthberry, so you might have not have hit some of the more difficult tension points that some players have had issues with. I'll be honest with you. But as long as you're enjoying the game in the interim and you're enjoying the progression from the start, that's the main thing. Ultimately that's what matters. Like that you're enjoying the game, and as long as you are, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it, bud. I'm really pleased. I've got a lot of faith in the devs. Uppies. I think there's a certain level of underappreciation for the game in a certain way. Yeah, there's and I think people want new content, but people also want them to fix the content, and it's like the devs can't. They're damned if they do, damned if they don't, kind of thing. So. There is indeed a lot of purple on the screen. A missed spot of spice. Not in my neighborhood. It's ultimately it's okay if you don't make a perfectly spherical circle or whatever. You don't make a perfectly straight line. We don't kink shame here. So if the line has a couple of wiggles in it, then you're fine. Hello, Searing. Yes, I can indeed. That's what I will likely do now. What I'll do here. You almost didn't buy this game. It was the endgame guild farming that sold me watching some streams. We've got 1,200 hours. It's been worth every penny, even with the disaster they've done with the Deep Desert and the lackluster DLC. I kind of agree, but I have some confidence that they will bring the game back. And while the game might not ever be, you know, an MMO to compete with the big guns, I think it will still be a solid game for a long time. I think that there's a lot of elements to this, like Rust, like, you know, like DayZ, which will inspire people once they've got the freedom and the ability to do lots of things with it. I think you'll find that there's kind of a lot of his... What an angry worm. At the end of the day, yeah, every time I log in, I have fun playing the game. That's the main thing. Like, it's a standby. It's pretty much, you know, it's pretty much like a solid game I know I will enjoy right now, and I will probably be doing other games this week. Like tomorrow, I've got plans to do something else, which will be fun. And I'm also planning my Warhammer segment now, so I can do one of the like Warhammer figurine packs. Oh, actually, that's what I was going to grab. Hang on, give me 1 second. Let me just. Hello. So a while ago, Games Workshop did these. These are an Imperium magazine. So as you see, they've got some miniatures in, but they've also got. So they basically introduce some of the lore. They learn you learn how to play your first game. So what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to work through that with people who in the community, who maybe like don't know Warhammer at all. Drop. So, I'm gonna, basically, I want to do one edition per week, because I've got 60 plus of them. And what I might do is, because I don't collect things like Tyranids. So if there are models in there that once I've assembled them, you know, I don't really want to keep or don't see the need to keep, I might give them away to the community. I might just be like, you know what, we'll do a giveaway and I'll just post them out. Sorry, chat. I'm just having to re-lock in to see the sand. I think I've covered everything in the middle there. I'm not going to sign your sandworm. You can't ask people in polite company to go. You can't just go around and ask people to sign your sandworm, bud. That's very rude of you. Puppies. Hey, Bailey. Hi. Little man. Don't redeploy so quickly. Give him a few minutes to wander off and to change the aggro timers. You don't want the magazine, Bailey. No. You want some of this? You want some pen? There we go. I've turned his bed on, so he might get warm and cozy. Hi, baby. You want to come back? Okay, you're gonna look at me weirdly and go back to cleaning yourself. Okay. Okay, so how do I feel about the incoming changes coming to loot and how does it affect Landsrat? Do you feel it's kind of worthless other than getting swatches? I assume you mean I exified that because the loot in Deep Desert has a chance of dropping anything rather than weekly rotations, you're foreseeing that there's some devaluation of being able to get targeted items through the Landsrad? Because actually if you just farm Deep Desert enough, you'll get everything? Is that what you're asking or suggesting? Yeah, okay. It's an interesting proposal. I mean, ultimately, I think you'll still find that people who haven't got a lot of time to farm every week will target things in the Landsrad. And I'll be honest with you, some things in the Landsrad are fucking awful to do. Like, to kill deserters, for example, to get the 10,000 reward, it's absurd. 23 points per kill means that you're doing something like 500 kills to get the top rewards. It's ridiculous. So I think that, as it is, Landsrad already lacks certain bits of value, and the Landsrad needs improvements for it to be worth it. So I don't think it's going to make the Landsrad worthless. I just think the Landsrad will finally be an option rather than be a you have to interact with this for this given week. It'll mean the people who have a lot of time can keep their farming up, and they can ultimately sell the blueprints they don't need. I think it creates an alternative to the Landsrad, which currently just feels bad. 3 points for a done-up sync chart, exactly. 6 points for Spice Melange. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Okay, you settling down there? Oh, it's gone over the line, I think. Boy. Null Wolf, I was saying today, I ran A2 and A3 earlier at time. I'm going to keep running it, see if I can help you get one, because it's kind of not even funny anymore how long it's taking you to get one as a drop. So I'll see if I can trigger some of that streamer luck and get it for you. There's so many things in the Landsrad which just don't make sense, so I don't think that the change will make the Landsrad worthless. I think, if anything, it will encourage Funcom to fix the Landsrad, because currently, as a system, it is bad to interact with. It doesn't encourage player interaction other than oh, this item that I want to get if I want to get the compactor Mark 6 for another week, I need to do the Landsrad. But actually, by the time it comes around, if you farm 3 or 4 of them, you're like, actually, you know what? I don't feel like it's worth killing. 500 plus Atreides house troops for it. It isn't. It doesn't feel worth it. It doesn't feel fun. It's just not enjoyable. Like, have you guys had a lot of fun farming the Landsrad? Have you had fun watching me farm Landsrad stuff? I don't think so. I don't think it's a fun system to interact with. Control points are like, they're okay, but you shouldn't be able to fly into them and just claim the assault block, the point. It's just kind of ridiculous. I think the control point should be a deep desert. Should be a deep desert item, and there should be a level of PvP to that. But I think that should be in a separate deep desert. I've spoken about that before. I like the idea of end game PvE. If you have those like giant sand crawlers that you've seen in the Dune universe and the films, if you took, for example, one of those, made it into a rolling raid target, so it'll travel across the map between sectors. You could target that, and you have to get in there, kill, or you have to kill that, loot it, harvest all the spice sand out of it, get the rare materials, kill the people, get their weapons, etc. before the Sardaukar come, and it becomes much, much harder. Because the Sardaukar are there to intervene when spice production is basically threatened. If the Emperor made the current deep desert into a Canley area because of its spice production, because look how much spice we get here, turn this onto a PvE area, create a PvP deep desert next to here. Uppies, thank you. Create a PvP deep desert, and allow that deep desert to have those control points in, so that if people want to compete for the control points, they really should. I really do believe that if people want to fight for control points, they should do that, and it should add value to their faction. But I think that putting the control points in with the PvE has led to a bunch of bad interactions, and I think that you could change that by splitting the two apart. Drop. Yep. A flesh wound. What do I think about the Landsrad control points having a timer? One or 2 points active at a certain period. I think in the PvP deep desert, you would make it smaller. Make it 3x3 of the PvE deep desert, right? Give it varying biomes. Give it, a catacomb section. Give it, a rift through it. Give it some open plains. Have them, and then maybe that would work if it's in a close area, because it encourages players to move between locations. And when that control point is active, there should be increased loot spawn in those areas to encourage PvPers. Ultimately, if you want to take the risk and go and do PvP, you want to, you're running the risk of running into someone and having to fight them, on the ground. There should be more rewards for you from a PvE perspective as well for taking that risk, so that if you're unopposed, you're going to do really well. But if you have to fight someone, only one of you is making out there with those resources that you've harvested. I think that would be pretty fair. I think that would be a good thing to push PvP to do. If you wanted to do rolling control points and they added many, many more points than the current system does, that could be a cool way of doing it too, yeah. There's a lot of options here for how they solve these. That's the point. My ideas are only one potential idea and doesn't take into consideration a bunch of other factors. But ultimately, like, I think that you have to recognize that the current system is incentivizing PvPers to get their expense at the PvEers' expense. They're trying to get their enjoyment at the PvEers' expense, and that's not ever a good system. I don't think that works. I think that you're making an unnecessarily adversarial system where players are having a bad gameplay experience. Well, yeah, if it's a 3x3, yeah, exactly. You could make the entry point, like a 3x3, like you say. You could enter it through a cave system. You come up in the center of that 3x3, so the PvP is always, pretty close. Well, exactly, Becador. That's all it would be. It'd be because of due to aerial attacks and spice production. The current deep desert is declared declared under the rules of Canley. Is how I would say that you turn the current deep desert into a PvE zone, because spice is too valuable that like people fighting over it is going to cause a problem. It makes sense from a lore perspective to do that. And then you've got the option of long term, you then create you create a PvP area and reward those PvPers. If you are willing to take the risk to go and fight other players, you deserve more loot more quickly. If you are not willing to take that risk and you're not going to consent to the PvE, so not consent to the PvP, you can go to the PvE area, do the same thing, just slightly less efficiently. And I think ultimately you have to give people that option. If people are going to go to an area, the whole area has to be PvP, and they have to go there with the knowledge that they're going to get PvP'd against, and it could suck. But they also have to know that they could get many, many more resources for doing so. And if you decide that, you know what, I don't want to deal with toxic PvP, you deserve the right to have a deep desert at this point where you can just do that. Because, let's be honest, it's not helping anyone to have, like, most PvP stuff is not actually PvPing at this point. Well, exactly. You need both. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I think the balance needs to be. And I think that, you know, I've got enough time in the game now that I feel like I can talk at a reasonable extent of what our private server experience is at least like for the game, even if I can't say what, you know, the more toxic public servers that we're hearing about are like. This is the way I think the game runs best for the players. We've got PvPers who can do stuff, although we've got less of them because the game doesn't give a reason to PvP. I think it would if you were getting more PvE resources. People would be more willing to risk themselves for PvP at that point. You put in Harmony, well, there you go, one of the very, very populated PvE public servers. I mean, yeah, you will always see a small subsection of streamers taking part in those negative activities, you know, those exploits, those griefing behaviors. But ultimately, those are the kind of stream, like that kind of content comes back to bite you in the end. I really strongly feel that if you're going to engage in that kind of negativity, people will treat you the same way back, and it's just not worth it long term. Yeah, it's like, yeah. The only exploit I've shown on stream has been the repair bug one, because that's been around now since launch. Everyone knows about it under the sun. Like, you can't hide that one anymore. You don't know about that. The one where you can fix the durability of all of your items because of the way the game keeps track of items. Yeah, but that would be an exploit. So that's the problem. Yeah, well, I showed it on stream when a little while ago when someone said, "Oh, it was fixed by the patch," and I showed the steps, and it was indeed fixed. But then they had to unfix it because it was causing additional inventory issues that were worse than the duplication bug. So that bug is still in the game, as far as I understand it. I've not seen it in the patch notes that it's been removed, which is obviously a problem. You know, they do need to fix things like that. But like, now you've had people who have benefited from that for 3 months. I think that you have to basically be like, you know what, tier 6 is a complete wipe. Let's give us tier 7, and tier 7 is what people should be competing and working towards. Because like everyone has access to tier 6 now. Every time you rock up towards a certain streamer, they pull out a rocket launcher and fire it. That's really weird they would do that. Maybe they're in a PvP area and they're wanting to defend their spice operation, because, you know, spice is all. So, uppies. A streamer who flies around and dive bomb people, making sounds across their microphone. I've never heard of a streamer like that. That sounds like a real mystery. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're surprised at the fact that, like, if you get on a British person's ship and they just kind of sail off with you, I don't know why you'd be surprised about that. We've been doing that for, like, hundreds of years now. Does, but, like... Sounds like a spice problem. With the thumper fix the aggro, the thumpers don't work in a reasonable way at the moment. Realistically, you could draw a worm off with a thumper, but like it's just easier to not use a thumper. With a thumper, you're introducing a level of chaos because you don't know whether the worm is actually going to go for it or not because they didn't work perfectly. Because you can't use them reliably. People just don't use them. So the most common way of summoning an ornithopter is to summon a sandworm to your location would be to use your Holtzman. The only reason you'd use a thumper is realistically to destroy the location that you're standing on, like a downed vehicle, for like, you know, or a, you know, an enemy base or something along those lines. I don't think that thumpers have a particularly good use case right now at all. So I don't know. I think thumpers are a kind of waste of time most of the time. Like, you know, we've memed about by putting like 30 or 40 of them in a ringmouth. They doesn't do anything to the aggro of the ringmouth. It just summons wandering worms. So I don't think the thumpers are worth using right now. I think they would be if we understood them more, so we could actually use them reliably and plan around what they're meant to do. But I don't think we know what is going on with their behavior consistently enough that they're worth using for us. They are, well, people use them to grief, sure, yeah, but that's not a good use of an item. Destroying other people's ornithopters in the PvE area with thumpers is just kind of ridiculous behavior, if you ask me. Whoop. Nap time. LTV, I'm full. How are we not getting swallowed by the worm, the Shadow of Water? So we've got dampened treads on. We're sand crawling with these on, which means we're going to pull less worm threat in general. It's just better that way. Sorry, nobody of any value uses them, okay, this is what I mean. If you're using them to grief, that's just disgraceful behavior all around. Good afternoon, Ixie. How are you doing? I'm great to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Pleased to see you. Hello, Lukewarm. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. Good morning, and Nose, how are you doing as well? Great to see so many people from US time zone logging in. It's always lovely to see you guys. You missed our gift bombs earlier, Lukewarm. People were doing Alpha and Sindri and Loco Cat gave away a bunch of gift subs. Valorant looks like our gift sub leader at the moment, I think. Oh no, it's broken. Second. B is very much enjoying his warmed up bed. He's a big baby like that. Yeah, he's a good boy.
Sector weather.
How are you guys all
Alarm
doing out there
sandstorm
today? Hope you're doing well. Maybe tomorrow I can activate the gift sub thing for 10-minute sandstorm warning. Jesus, that must be corner to corner. Down at A2. It must be coming from I-9 down towards A1 then. Wow. Ooh, carefully watching a damaged sub-thief near your base. You don't know if it'll drop before reset. That's exciting, Lynette. Very exciting, that, to be honest with you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No, don't worry about it, Luke. I was just saying that you missed Alpha, Sindri, and Loco Cat earlier doing a bunch of gift bombs. You need to fix your partner's PC. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Hope the PC is okay. What was wrong with it?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Picnic issues are always a concern. Yeah, I know how that goes. Pepcac. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. I had to deal with quite a lot of those in the corporate world. When you're in a kind of environment where people just hand you drawings of PowerPoints and you're like, make this, and you're like, Yeah, Dune's still doing well, Razza. Yeah, there's still people playing. I think ID10T gets caught a lot more now because people seem to read it. You meant to play this week. Combo reports due and looking after your friends' accounts and regular. That sounds like a hectic week, Tibbets. I hope you're doing all right, bud. Little tired, I can understand that, but it sounds like you're putting in a lot of work. It's obviously a very kind favour to do. Office reshuffle didn't go very well, lukewarm. Unfortunately, I misjudged some of the space, and also having my back to the door is very weird. So I've ended up reverting it all pretty much. I've made a couple of changes to make it better in the meantime. Realistically, I need to change the. I need to get a new desk, like I was discussing. So I've not done anything with the. I probably need to reach out to a few people and see if I can. I agree. I find it fundamentally problematic that you can't loot a base that's been left unpowered. I think the nature of Arrakis and the way that it's always described is that ultimately, like, there is no waste on Arrakis. You don't allow those things to degrade because the planet is so full of hardship. Like, the idea of letting a base degrade the way that they do is just kind of wrong, I think. I think that once the base has been unpowered for about 24 hours, the base itself should be lootable. Well, I think ultimately I need to save some money over time for basically to get a new desk, because it's ideally I would like one that's not necessarily standing, but one that I can adjust up and down depending on how my back is, because as many of you know, I've got a spine condition. So I need something that basically I can move up and down with me with all the stuff mounted on it, rather than have something that's too static, because sometimes I need to be up here and sometimes my back will be painful and I'll need to be like down here and I'll need to adjust the chair and stuff around. I've not had time to, Luke, while I was prepping everything for today's stream, doing all of my other stuff. So, you know how that goes. So, I have not yet, but I might try to. I'm also going to reach out to Secret Labs, I believe. 5 vehicles. I'm ready when you are, Sabby, by the way. Actually, I should probably grab some. Where are they? Are they in with the carrier? What is this? What is that parking job? You accidentally picked it up and put it in the wrong... Okay, that makes more sense. Of course. Of course. So I've seen that they've got ones that they look kind of like 4 legs, but actually it's 2 kind of squares. That looked quite interesting as an option. I basically am going to need it to be about 1.8 meters long, which would be helpful as well. Then I've got to see if I can undermount 2 PCs on it and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of questions about it. Oh, I can mute again, yeah. They're honestly not, Lynette. There's not, and there's also so many different voices that the people who are like, you guys wouldn't want that many voices just on in the background. There's 4 or 5 people in comms. It wouldn't be engaging for you guys. How much time do an NPC camp take to respawn? It depends on the NPC camp. I think there's different timers depending on different structures. Look at that. Look at that carrier in the distance. The engine is in the middle under the spice container between the PSUs. Do a relog just to make sure it's not an inventory display bug. Euripides, no, we have PvPs at the moment. We've just got a group of We've got a group of people who would normally PvP, but we're all working together. So, like, the main players are currently working together to do stuff. I've seen a bunch, so Mary Bear. Yeah, I don't want to get started on it. It's politics. It's ridiculous politics, but it is. We're on the way to get more spice. Da, 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 da. We love more spice. Entering the PvP zone. You spy on the spice? Why you spy on our spice, Phoebus? This is our spice. Delicious spice. I love spice. If anyone from the community needs spice melange to catch up or anything, just let us know as well, because we can probably get some stuff sorted. The dunes have eyes. They do indeed. You managed to lose your adaptive shield this week. Did you accidentally recycle it rather than repair it, Nullwolf? Just saying. It's a definite policy. Or the other option is normally accidentally sold it, but if you've accidentally sold it, you wouldn't have had it equipped, so it's more likely to be dismantled rather than repaired. Please, sir, could I have some more spice? I did myself a favor and I cleaned up all of my audio channels in OBS. Now things look much better. I can actually kind of balance the music in the game. So I can see that the game is actually like a little bit louder than the music, which is good. I can see that I'm louder than the game, which is nice. I can see that if I do this...
Lizard.
Nice and loud for you guys so you can all hear it properly. Siberian, I am at my limit on things that I can take on at the moment, and even then I'm already doing too much. I don't have the headspace for that, bud. Like I said, just don't have. Can't do. The stars are not in position for that work stream. As you said, the stars can't do it. Not today. No, and if I had to know someone who didn't pass it on, I'd become involved, so that defeats the entire object anyway, wouldn't it? Again, no. Ow. Yeah, so I just don't have the headspace for it, bud. There are plenty of other people online dealing with it. I don't have the capacity for that one at the moment, bud. When will I pay myself back for my favor to myself? It was only a small favor. Nellis, how dare you say those first 3 words? If you'd kept doing spice, then you'd be fine. If you just... Could you stop doing spice? You'll need to scroll all the way down to the bottom as well, if that container. I like the eye that we've made. Look at that. Isn't that kind of ominous in the sand? I kind of love it. Not gonna lie. Kind of awesome. And then you say it looks like a powdered donut. Fine. Oh, Ixie, are you going to TwitchCon? I was going to say, is anyone here going to TwitchCon? Anyone in chat? A spice powder... I would eat a spice powder donut. I'm gonna be real with you, that sounds pretty good. I wonder what flavor that would be. You are for sure? Okay, Karas, I will see you there then, that'll be cool. Stop asking me to sign your sandworm. It's getting weird. Lukewarm, please don't advertise. I know that's Vicky's channel, but please don't proactively advertise other people's channels in other people's Twitch streams, bud. I'm not banning you because it's Vicky's, but like if it was anyone else's, you wouldn't. It's considered pretty rude on YouTube, on Twitch, to go into other people's chats and link other streams and such. So just be aware of that, bud. You had a moment you thought this was Vicky's Twitch. That's deeply funny. That's so funny. I'm glad that you think Vicky and I look alike and sound alike. That's I think I might need to go and think about my life choices, to be honest. Wild. Thanks for that. It's not necessarily as on the condition, like Vicky's a friend of mine, I want her to do well, but if you did it to somebody who I didn't know who that was, you would likely get banned on Twitch for it. What happens? Oh, you've been dealing with your parents. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I know parents are hard work. Like, deeply funny. Okay, you off, B. You're going outside for a bit. Sounds like we need Valley Girl. We don't need Valley Girl Chronos. The last time I did Valley Girl Chronos, people left, like people unfollowed the stream, right? Like, that's a thing. Valley Girl is a specific type of like California accent that you're just taking the piss out of what an accent is like, because there's no way that somebody would really talk like that, right? Right? That's what Valley Girl is like. It's oh my god, chat. We're getting aluminum today. Awful behavior. I hate it. We aren't gonna summon Valley Girl Chronos today. It's not happening. Yeah, every time Valley Girl Chronos comes out, the viewership does dip. You've heard people talk about I'm sorry for your ears loss. I know, there's people that do talk like that. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Oh my god. I could basically say like 3 things. That's like, oh my god, I can't believe that you would say that to me, Ixie, because like, I was just thinking that. See? Great fun. Like, for sure. See, look what you've done. Look what you've done. You did this, chat. You chose to make this happen. All of you in chat are part of this. Whatever. Oh god. Uppies. Oh, I was muted. We gained 6 views. Maybe that's it. Maybe in American time zone, I need to switch to Valley Girl Chronos. I wonder where the point of diminishing returns is. Watch Clueless and Legally Blonde. Clueless is wild. Isn't Clueless the one with Paul Rudd in it? The young Paul Rudd? I feel like it's young Paul Rudd. I say young Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd doesn't really look like he's aged in about 50 years. He's one of the vampires. Like, in fairness, if the kind of vampires we have, and I'll be really honest here, like, if they are Keanu and Paul Rudd, like, those are pretty great vampires to have. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, vampires could be awful, because ultimately the whole point of vampirism is you are largely immortal so long as you consume the blood of a mortal creature. Humans obviously being the prime source. Like, the idea of living forever is a problem because ultimately, like, the only real constraint that we have on the tyranny of actual tyrants is the fact they eventually will die no matter what. If they could live forever and we had vampires as people, we'd have a real problem. So if we do have vampires and they are Keanu and Paul Rudd, I'm really fine with that because at least they're using their powers for good. I'm fine with it. You lost our carrier at the update, it dropped onto the map. Funcom support did help, you got some new carrier, but for a few days we figured out you had to rebuild, then you have two. Now you've got a backup carrier, Sugar Skulls. Great, fantastically. I can do that, Dibbits. No, that's I am happy to sell out and be extra British. Fine with that. Just dial the posh British to 11. That's doable. I'm a thistle sifter. I sift thistles. I have a sieve of sifted thistles and a sieve of unsifted thistles. Whoop. So you guys want me to create a museum of content created by other streamers, and what, they just can't have it back because people aren't done looking at it yet? What, I'm keeping their content safe? I guess I could call it archiving. Yeah, I can look after their content better than that, of course, yeah. Oh. I just call it the Chronicles, yeah. When I hit my midlife crisis and I need a new hobby, I'll start an archival channel just called Chronicles, and I'll just archive everything from other creators. How about that? We'll scheduled for the future. Yeah. You think that I am subject to a calendar, you fool. Puppies. Why are we going so fast? Because we're going for maximum spice harvesting, so going over it twice is more efficient than going over it once, because if we leave any drops, we might not be able to reset our sand field. Are you guys coming back? Okay, sweet. Nice. Hey, they're called Lost Womprat, not this thing, come on. Sugar Skulls, thank you very much for your resub, buddy. You're awesome. Can I say it again? So, because we want to make sure we harvest every single piece of spice, because we found that if you harvest every single piece of spice of a field, the field resets. Uppies, uppies, uppies. I have aggro. That one's coming back. We can go back down, Sabu. I just don't... Yeah, if there is more aggro again, then we'll... Okay, aggro is back to normal. Interesting. That was weird. What game would I compare this to? I compare this a little bit to elements of like Rust and DayZ in that it's a sandbox game that's focused around survival and building, and your long-term goal is to survive, but it's less hardcore than them in some ways. And more akin to some of the base building parts of Conan Exiles and other kind of similar games. Ultimately, that's just what I found it similar to. Other people will have likely found the game similar to other things themselves, so that's a somewhat biased opinion from me. But I believe it's the kind of game that you need to, at the end game, find your own fun. And you'll have to... The game will no longer pass you, like, with quests or with storyline towards that fun. You have to find it for yourself. You just set your own goals, etc. So, you know, we had a goal of hitting level 200 because we were on our way to doing it. Sorry, I didn't realize my camera was off. We had a goal of getting to level 200, which we achieved, which was really fun. We are now contemplating whether we want to do getting all of the unlockable blueprints, which would be a huge one. And I think, you know, while we're doing that, we would also want to see if we could explore the entire map in Haga Basin as part of the challenge. These kind of completionist challenges don't really come naturally to me. It's not something I've done a lot of before, but I'm still really enjoying Dune. And while I will be likely doing different game tomorrow, I'll probably need to log on. I might start stream while I'm doing Dune, while I'm doing the Deep Desert stuff, and then switch to another game during that, because you know, I can set the base up for people again so they can keep making their spice while I'm offline. But I was thinking about doing some other games either later on today or tomorrow, just basically to do some different stuff, because I've been doing quite a lot of Dune. I'd like to have some variation. I'd like to touch on maybe some new games that I haven't played. Or even some of the old games I've got in my backlog that I haven't played. So I might give chat a vote on it once we get to a certain point. And say, here we go, these are like 5 options that I'm willing to play. What would you guys like to see me play the most? And do it that way. I know that giving chat a level of democracy is a problem, but here we are where we are. Have I played Elite Dangerous? I have played Elite Dangerous once or twice. It wasn't really my cup of tea as much as other games were. I am interested in Star Citizen though. I've got a friend of mine who became a partner through Star Citizen, and I've promised her that at some point I will be going back. I will go into the game and I will actually see what it's like for myself, rather than just listening to what's online, what's published about it, because I haven't played Star Citizen since it was in like version 3, and it's been like 4 or 5 years, several versions later, and it could be a lot of fun. So, you know, I've always enjoyed flight sims. I've enjoyed Star Citizen so far, so I've got some flight sticks coming courtesy of a community member, which is very awesome, and I'm going to give that a go in the coming weeks. It might actually, to be fair, it's only 2 weeks till TwitchCon, so it might be after TwitchCon now that I do that with Mahoodles. For those of you who don't know her, she is awesome. The other thing that I recently checked out was Ashes of Creation. I know a number of people in the community are interested in Ashes. I actually did a little sneaky thing with Ashes the other day. I went into another streamer's chat, and I just disabled my partner stuff and just basically like went below the radar just to ask kind of what changes there'd been in Ashes for the past few months. Because ultimately, you know, it's been like a month. It's been, you know, 3 weeks, a month now since the launch of the next phase of the alphas, and I want to know what changes that Intrepid have been making. Uppies for a second, Sabu. Give me a second. So I know a number of you are interested in Ashes. So, interestingly, yeah, I stuck in someone else's chat and asked them basically how much has Intrepid moved things on, and the answer is basically not at all. But I want to give a shout out to the person who answered it for me, because they were very knowledgeable. They gave me a very fair view of the game, very knowledgeable game. So if you are interested in Ashes content, I'm going to do a shout out to TheoryForge, who gave me a bunch of useful information yesterday when I swung by his chat. He was very knowledgeable, very helpful. So if you are interested in Ashes content, go and give TheoryForge a follow, bud. Bud's like an absolutely awesome dude. He was really kind, really friendly, answered the questions very fairly and levelly. Some people are very negative about Ashes. I got a very, what I would say, unbiased opinion from him, which was really nice. So go and give him a check out if you are still interested in Ashes content and getting an update at some point. Okay, so we can go down now. I finished copying and pasting things and checking names. Thank you. Well, at the end of the day, he took the time to answer my questions in his chat, which was very kind of him. So it was a nice level of impartiality. So I would say go and give a follow. Like I say, credit where credit's due. I believe that, you know, shouting out the streamers who are putting in the work and are doing, you know, good things, like, because that ultimately, like, that's how Ashes will still be represented to people. It won't be a super negative fest. It will be an impartial view, just trying to give people the information they need to continue playing the game. Yeah, and I believe that, you know, he put the effort in to give me the information. It saves me from having to go back and troll through a bunch of things. So yeah, big shout out to him. But I know a few of you were asking me to go back to Ashes and see where the update had been since, like, see what Intrepid had done since the launch. I wanted to know if it was worth me going back to it, so I wanted to go and ask someone who was really impartial, who didn't know me, didn't know my involvement with the game, didn't know what I'm interested in. So I just kind of swung by his chat and got the answer. I have a concern for Ashes, I'll be honest with you. I think my concern is that they are just doing it who a lot of what they're building is focused around this this dynamic gridding tool, and I'm worried that they are just investing too heavily into that and not the other areas of the gameplay right now, and like they are losing players who are interested in the game long term and who really care about the game because that is their hyper focus. And I'm just kind of wondering, at what point are you like, you know what, we're gonna slow our roll on dynamic gridding for a month, and we're going to push out a bunch of these fixes, and we're going to reset the economy, etc. I know Steven did a big dev stream about it recently, but it's they recognise the economy didn't land this phase. It's just the problem is now that's like a couple of phases in a row, so a bit of a difficult one. In Dune Division 2, what are the other games? We've got things like, oh my god, sorry, I can't, my list isn't here. The list is like 5 or 6 games long. We've got RimWorld, Total War Warhammer, we've got Dawn of War 1. What else have I got on there? What's its name? There's an RTS I've been wanting to play. There's a couple of city builder games. There are, you know, Timberborn's on that list. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I have played and I'm willing to play. It's a matter of what people want to see and what I want to play. It's kind of a combination of the two. Yeah, Division 2 takes quite a bit of commitment for me to get back into, and the problem I have with it is when I play with Thor, the latency that I have playing to him is actually quite bad in Division 2. It's my only problem. It's more helpful when we've got somebody who's like in who's in NA East to act as a bridge account. There's a free RTS called Beyond All Reason. Interesting, okay. You have a Div 2 teammate from Denmark. He feels a pain to US entry. Yeah, see, it's that's a whole thing. I mean, yeah, that's why it's one of the reasons why I always ask you guys, like, what games are you excited to see right now? Because I want to put on a show for something that you guys will enjoy. So if you've got a game that you're excited that's coming out, come and tell me. If you're super interested in Digimon that's coming out in a few weeks' time, let me know. Like that kind of thing. Like, if it's a small game that's out, just give me a shout. Some of the best games I've played have been recommendations from, like, just random community members in Thor's chat. Like, just because you enjoy it and you don't know if everyone will enjoy it, there's no reason not to give a shout out. Only Dams 2. Nice. Digimon comes out this week. Time is unfair and unreasonable. Fact, I could do Factorio. I haven't done Factorio in God knows how long. I've never really... I think I was playing Factorio and a friend was like, oh, you like Factorio? Come and play Satisfactory, you know, when it was in alpha, and I was like, oh, okay. So I think I ended up stopping playing Factorio to play Satisfactory. What do I think about Dune late game? I think the late game for Dune is lacking, and I think that the game doesn't incentivize any kind of late game content particularly well. I'm hoping that the change to loot tables, where we will have better loot and like better ways of looting mechanics will work at endgame, so endgame will be more engaging. The immersive experience of Satisfactory was 100% your jam. My best friend was 100% Factorio. Yeah. I think the problem is that things like Factorio and Satisfactory are quite slow games to show up, and most of you guys have seen the early games of that so many times that, like, most of you don't want to see it. I could do Subnautica, because it's been such a long time since I played Subnautica that I've completely forgotten all of it. Because the nice thing about a large amount of anesthetic is that I just kind of lost chunks of memory that I won't remember. That was weird. Max Spike. I have indeed checked the PTS notes for Dune. I have not played both Subnautica games. I played the first one. So at some point for Halloween I might just do that. If we do that, I might do something for that. I don't know, I really enjoyed how much Dune has gripped me as a game, but I am coming to the end of it now. And I'm starting to think, okay, well, what would I enjoy next? Okay, Subnautica 2 is still in dev, is it? I'm sure it will be helpful. Lukewarm. I'm not going to begrudge you it. What's my take on sports games? What kind of games do you mean by sports games? I don't think that I'm a big fan of most of them. Have I tried I have played Manor Lords once. I was waiting for Manor Lords because we did a sponsorship for Manor Lords. I was waiting for it to be finished a little bit, like kind of further down. RPGs, absolutely love a good RPG. Really enjoyed Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 quite recently. But that was the last game I played extensively before I started streaming, was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Which I played pretty much all the way through until I was having crashing issues that prevented me from getting any further. I was in the second area, which is, you know, enough to at least have an idea of how far through I was, and I was about halfway through the second area. Return to Moria. I haven't actually played Return to Moria. I played Foundation. You mean the Foundation, like the X3 Foundation kind of thing? Wait, I think I'm having a strong. When you say Foundation, why do I think of X3 or X4? I haven't played X4 yet. How far along has X4 gone? Does anyone know? Because I played quite a bit of X3 and enjoyed it, because it's basically single player Eve where you're playing around with stuff. Just Foundation, standalone city builder. I don't think I have played Foundation, no. 6 expansions for Foundation for X4 Foundations, wow. When's Europa Universalis 5 meant to be out? That's meant to be out reasonably soon, isn't it? I've heard good things about Enshrouded, yeah. You're waiting for news on Armor 4? What amazing cultivation simulator? Would I play new releases generally pull in new members to chat, but if there's old games that I want to play, I'm happy to play old games as well. There will just be some new game releases that I want to play over time that I'm just like, I really want to play that. Num 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 num. I will play Battlefield 6 when it comes out, yes. Sassime. Yeah. I'll have to apologize to chat a lot because I don't read a huge amount of chat when I'm playing it, but that's out on the 10th, isn't it? Battlefield. Uppies.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Down. Sins of a Solar Empire is great. I've enjoyed that a lot, to be fair, Troytech. I've played those games a lot before. Those are quite slow to show on stream though. My only concern. Yeah, to be fair, Stalker 2 could be a good shout, actually. I could do Slime Rancher. Is Slime Rancher 2 finished yet? Has that had its full release? Yeah, I really liked Stalker, the original Stalker games, and Stalker Gamma was a really good combination of like improvements and such for it. So, if Stalker 2 is now as good as Stalker Gamma is, I want to play it. If it's not as good, then I want to wait until they've made it as good, if that makes sense to you. Because, like, Stalker Gamma was such a good game. It was really, really intense at times. It was genuinely scary. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Stalker Gamma felt really good when I went back and played that a couple of years ago. So, I've played Barrowtron. Barrowtron was fun, but I normally play as the Doctor, and I just inject people with way too many hallucinogenic drugs, which I think is perfectly fine and reasonable. Puppies. I already have. Chemically induced dream run, exactly. Hitman World of Assassination, that'll be fun. Oh, sorry. Lots of moving stuff at the weekend. My body is in pain all over. Oh, that was the 7th inferior clone. Rest in pieces. Every time he kills one, the main clone armies get more powerful. Yeah, I flew through this in my scout. It looks really cool. I like this one. Shit. There we go. Let's get these paid for, and then we might have more emotes for chat. Does chat want more emotes? I bet chat wants more emotes. From what I've seen of 007, Kaibo, yes, they've taken quite a lot of inspiration from Hitman, but I think they've wanted to go even more flexible with the levels, which I think is quite interesting. I think they've also done some interesting stuff with like how gadgets and stuff work as well, from what I was seeing on the systems videos. So I'm quite interested in the 007 film, to be fair. The game, sorry. It could be good fun. Fleshkeeper Thrak is here. Some of you have seen some of the previews of the other emotes. Do we have a preview I can show you guys, maybe? You guys get to see this, but no one else does. Shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret between you and me, chat. You and me. Look at it. Look. Chronote. Chronote. Nice. We like that. It might be Chronotes. We'll see what happens. You guys get that because you haven't got ads. No. The rest of them have stolen me, chat. They're jealous of your early access.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But Cronspice, maybe. That could be a thing. The most obscure game you can know is undercover speed dating with wolves. That sounds horrifying. Give me a second, chat. I just need to go and check on something to see if we can get this emote done today. Don't trust Abu. I put I don't know much about date everything, but I'm not sure it sounds like the kind of game I would actually enjoy. It sounds like a troll choice, to be honest with you. What is Wall World? I haven't heard of Wall World. The other thing I may end up doing is setting up community games. Because obviously we have Nitrado kindly provide our servers for Dune. It might be that I ask them if they say, hey, you know, could you guys, you know, maybe provide like a DayZ server and we play DayZ for a week or so, like a month. You know, we could do rotating community games at some point, which could be a lot of fun. So I'm just going to keep an eye on what we can do in that front. Wall World's a fun little mix of game loops. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. You're talking about the Council of Stellar Management from EVE. They basically mean you want elected player representatives to act as a board between the player base and the devs. You're talking about Intrepid's Ashes of Creation stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, it's my issue with the CSM is that in EVE it was only ever used for with corruption. It enabled corruption to such a degree that anyone who entered the CSM would often leave the CSM incredibly wealthy because they can take action on changes they're made aware of ahead of time before they communicate to the player base, or they can make choices based on discussions with developers and suggestions they've made. So I don't really know that player elected groups that get information from the devs is a really good move. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. So are we going back? Nice. Forever Winter? That's... I've heard of the Forever Winter. Why don't we, while we're flying, why don't we look some of these up as a group? There we go. Tactical shooter where you or the squad must loot the dead in order to survive the shadows of terrifying gargantuan war. Came out a year ago, it's mixed. What is going on here? It looks like monetization concerns around the involvement of investors. Have they released DLC? Oh, it's for skins. I don't understand. Okay. A number of you said this one. This looks like it's on my wish list, so I've obviously looked at it at some point. This looks cute and fun. Trade routes. As a British person, you know that I like trade. They trade me natural resources and cultural artifacts, and I trade them culture. Done quite well. It's also on a promotion. 84%, 85%. Okay. Hello, Muberion. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. The Digimon game's 93 Canadian dollars. Wait, what? Jesus. That's expensive. Looks like a pretty classic Digimon monster battler of some kind, yeah? Another RPG. Monster taming elements, don't tell Nintendo. Ultimate Edition is 100... You fucking... What? This is getting ridiculous. That's... Wow. You pre-order the Ultimate Edition. I mean, if you're a big Digimon fan, so be it. But like, that upsets my pre-order senses. I wouldn't be ordering that until it was out. I no longer trust pre-orders enough to put that much money into it. This does look solid though. That's the cinematic trailer. You gonna give me gameplay trailer? Yeah, if you're a big Digimon fan, it wouldn't surprise me that you'd be interested in the game. But I think that the problem is that you want to introduce new people to the genre, don't you? Like, into the game. Build the organic medieval city of your dream. I like making a medieval city. Varying difficulty levels. Pro neighboring or fight for the king. Little bit off the wall. Full modding integration. Nice. Okay. Ooh, there's a demo. What makes you think that I would make a shitbox in Foundation, honestly? Why would I make it? You can't guarantee that I would make a shitbox. That's not fair to assume, is it? Let's be real. What else is coming out soon? Let's have a look at this. Recent updates. Where's upcoming? Upcoming. Boss rush. What do we got? What do we got? 2026. Well, that's obviously coming out soon. I am very interested in Battlefield 6. Yes. Arc Raiders. I've been hearing good things about this. I do like a multiplayer extraction game. Where does the Imperial still suit garment drop from? The I don't think we've had that drop yet. That doesn't seem to be available. I've not... It's not got a location. I can't search for it for some reason. If you can't find it online, I don't know where that is in game, bud, unfortunately. I don't think that's been dropped yet anywhere. That might be on one of those things that we haven't seen. Yeah, Arc Corridors is looking pretty promising. Craft, repair, and upgrade your gear. It's basically Anthem without mechs. The kind of thing that it should have been. It's quite good. 4 distinct maps at launch, with more to be revealed as the underworld society evolves and expands its reach. Each destination involves the weight of a world twice destroyed and the scars of conflicts both old and new. 4 maps, evolving map conditions, varying weather, enemies, and mechanics. Machines called Arc. Distinct strengths and tactics. So basically, I mean, some of these look very, very cool, like enemy types. Yeah, we'll play this. This looks solid. Flamethrower's not going to be good against machines, generally. Like, that's not going to be ideal. You're going to want something that's going to put those things down more. That's just going to go through the flame. You're dead. So that's promising. That looks horrifying. Oh, this is coming out. So I want to play this. This looks like it's going to be an absolute meme. Because it's, you know, set in the medieval times, but you get to, like, build stuff, and you get to use modern weapons. Why would I not want to roll around on a horse firing, you know, an LMG at people? Wouldn't that be fun? Have you never wanted to do this, going through a medieval settlement? Num 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 num. Is it necessary? No. Is it hilarious? Yes. Taking a, you know, a shotgun into medieval combat. I don't know why I want to play this so much, but I really, really do, and I have for a long time. On like we can mess around with. I want to see if I can get Thor to play this. I'll get some community members in. We'll just roll around. I think it'll be great fun, wouldn't it? Have you never wanted to fire a grenade launcher into a group of mass medieval infantry? If not, you haven't thought about it enough. You know how when I sometimes go back to the Haga Basin and I go and shoot those players in the face with a las gun because they're tier 1? This is it. That's the equivalent. It puts the RPG in RPG. Move your ornithopters. Jeez, that's grandfather one. Infection Free Zone's a great game. I've been playing that since it entered its early access rather than its demo. I played the demo and then the early access, so I've enjoyed Infection Free Zone. I just want them to improve the game. There wasn't too much to it for a while. Like, it was very easy to just succeed forever. So what we've learned is 25 meters was too close. I'm going for Hotel 8. Unicorn Reach Around, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. And then Kawaii Cause, thank you for coming out of nowhere with the 10 gifted subs, the 2 extra bonuses from Valorant. You're an absolute king and a prince. Thank you very much for being here, bud. I really appreciate that love and support. And the 2 bonus subs from Valorant is basically just giving just a free extra bunch of subs. You're a legend. Thank you. Thank you very much, buddy. Are the ring mounts always at 0 meters? No, the ring mounts are at a varying height, typically around a similar height. They're typically around the 300 mark, I think like 305, but they're not around 0. So, like, if I go down here, the ring mouth is only ever going to be... You know, down here is at 300, like, a ring mouth isn't going to be that much lower than where I am now. Every ring mouth you've tested so far has been 279. Interesting, there you go. Just below 300 then. Metal Wolf Chaos? What is Metal Wolf Chaos? Sorry, I paused this on something I'm... Look at this. Imagine how fun this will be. Look, a group of medieval people, and you just have a tank. Isn't this true combat? So between 35 meters and 50, you don't die when the Spices appears. Nice. Yeah, well, exactly. So we'll be playing that on the 8th. That's a guaranteed happening. I just want to run around with an LMG. Like, the shotgun looks like a lot of fun. I'll invite Vicky along for it as well, because Vicky's famously bad at shooters. And I think it'll be really funny for me to get Vicky just going through screaming on a turret on a tank. It'd be great fun. I'm so ready for it. I think it would be good. I think it'll be good for all of us, chat. Hotel 8 is not live. H2 or I5. Boobsy, we are talking about this. Let me get it on stream. We'll be playing this when it comes out. Go back in time to a war-torn medieval era with a vast arsenal of modern weapons. Without wanting to be... what's the word? Insensitive. As a British person, using modern weapons against, you know, poorly armored, like, indigenous people, like, that's going to be something that I think is going to be famous for a lot of people from, like, you know, the Dutch will probably enjoy that too. The Spanish will enjoy that. You know, South America, whole thing. I think it works on a cultural level. Ventex, you can't say that. Like, if you've never been having a bad day and you want to fire an AK, you know, at a night. Now, things I'm hoping for. I'm hoping it has the correct reload animation for the AK, because obviously, you know, the AK reach over thing is you know, it's important. The other thing that we absolutely need to have is the M1 Garand. If the M1 Garand isn't in the game, I'm going to be upset, and I will write a letter to the devs requesting specifically the M1 Garand and associated sound. As you all know, I'm a big fan of the M1 Garand ping. It's very important. Every game needs it. It needs a flamethrower. A flamethrower would be good as well. Look, I've told you before, chat, that like sometimes when I'm having a bad day, I'll take my las gun and I'll go to the early part of Haga Basin and I'll just kill them all with it. That's it, and this will be exactly the same. You'll feel like you're having a bad day, you'll go and get yourself, you know, an AA-12 and just romp around on a lad's holiday, just ding. M1 Garand's going off from your mates nearby. Oh, it'd be beautiful. I think they're in for a real treat there. I wonder if they'll allow modding so that you can create things like the las gun. Oh yeah, if they allow modding and you can get like, oh, Space Marine weaponry. Someone can give me a las cannon. If you can give me a twin-linked las cannon, I'll probably die happy. I'm just gonna be real. Maybe a multi-melter, give me a multi-melter in that. It'd be great fun. Like a proper multi-melter, not the weird kind of puff of flame that you get in the Space Marine 2 games. Like a proper, like, we'll drill through a tank kind of multi-melter. Yeah. Give me all of the orcs. In fact, just... So I thought you were going to Indigo 5. You were going to fly there and back. Oh, I didn't hear. In that case, I don't want to, as the pilot, I don't want to enter the cell of Indigo 5 until that blows. So I need you to let me know when it blows. Oh, okay. I need to leave the area and come back. So something was up with your keyboard. Do you have, is it in the same line as a number of other USB devices that have a large amount of power draw? It sounds to me like the USB controller crashed for that section of the board. What am I doing? I'm hoping that I'm hoping that there will be a I'm hoping that there'll be some mods for that Kingmaker game for 40k elements. I think that'll be really good fun. Firing a heavy bolter? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sundral. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Halo mod also would be sick, yeah. I need an Allen key. What I need. But I have not got one of the correct size to tighten the arm up, so one of the arms of my chair is just slightly wobbly. Inevitably, having flown out of the sector will only have fixed it for like 3 seconds. Something will go wrong. I'm ready. Give me the sandcrawler. Oh, the ads are here. I said ready and the ads arrived. I currently have a fractal refine, but I'm also... I'm currently in I'm going to be in discussions, hopefully, with a couple of companies about a desk sponsorship, because that would be quite fun to do, like a rising desk kind of thing, and maybe and therefore chairs could be part of that. But I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not, so I need to kind of see what my options are, because, you know, I think that as somebody who needs a good desk and chair with my spine issues, it does kind of make sense that I try and see, but like, hey, you do awesome desks for people who are crippled like me. Let's make a deal. I talk about your desks and you give me one, which would be neat. I'd love that. Catch you later, Kyber Coldwin. Thank you very much for your help with the games and such. You've had some great posts and great ideas there, bud. Kind of points to raising low the desk by maybe by 1 centimeter. I think that would be good fun. Make it so that if you gift a sub, like, you can raise or lower the desk by 1 point. By 5 centimeters if you do one, like, one of them. That'd be great. Sorry, did you said you need me to shout uppies because you cannot, and then I just heard you say shit. Oh, you cannot see anything. You cannot see shit. Not you cannot shit. Okay. I was gonna say, because me shouting uppies is not gonna solve anything if you can't shit. I'm gonna be real with you. That's you should see a medical professional about that. I know that spice looks like Imodium, but still. Tell me I'm wrong. It is now. Our trigger word is uppies, and we know it. Like, you know, it's nothing. Tell Sabu to go live. I don't tell Sabu to do anything. I didn't. No, I muted myself. Nice bait, Val. Thank you for that. No, it's fine. Just don't try bludgeoning someone else. And like, when I'm hanging in Thor's chat and I'm working or I'm doing something, there's a reason why I'm not live. Sabu's obviously here for reason. If Sabu wanted to go live, Sabu could go live. I don't think it's fair to ask, like, you know. There's all kinds of reasons why people can't stream on demand. That's not how that works, unfortunately. So, it's better not to demand somebody to stream like that. Like, different if it's a Winky and we know it's a meme, but I don't have that meme with Sabu, so it's a bit different. Yeah. You can mention other streamers, it's not a problem. Just don't demand that one of the mods streams. I know that you weren't being serious, but yeah. Yeah, the whole point of demanding that Winky goes live is because it's really funny because Winky's boss watches Thor, so every time in chat we were telling Winky to go live, Winky's boss would hear it. That's why that's funny. Basically like, hey Winky, I know your boss is listening, but also don't do your work today. I have indeed heard that EA is being bought out. Yeah, it's a remarkably interesting situation, to be honest with you, and it is kind of in some ways worrying because ultimately you're looking at an awful lot of outside investors buying into the industry, and those investors are going to want to reclaim their investment, you know. So what form does that look like? How are they best going to recoup their investment? We've always known that EA is quite mercenary. They've always been quite profit oriented, but actually to that extent, you know, EA wasn't owned fully by external investment, whereas now I think there's going to be some concern around that. I think it's fair as consumers to be concerned about the new leadership in a company that you have an interest in, for sure. But ultimately, your job as a consumer then is to look at any changes they do make and judge whether it's a company that you want to be involved with anymore. In the same way that many of you have stopped buying Nintendo games and products. Many of you have stopped buying Sony games and products after stuff that Sony's been doing. Consumers have to vote with their feet on this, and if investors find that it doesn't make them profit because it turns the market against them, you will find that their behavior changes very quickly because they're only after profit, if that is the case. If you know you're investing for profit, you are caring about the profit. If that profit dries up, you will likely change your practices to maximize, you guessed it, profit. I mean, look at Helldivers. Helldivers is a really good example because Helldivers developers weren't, you know, they weren't heavily tied to Sony, but Sony were able to exert a level of force that them, as a games company, that Arrowhead didn't enjoy that level of oversight from Sony, and that was a problem. Like, you know, I don't personally trust CCP because of the issues I dealt with in EVE. I won't buy a CCP game anymore. So it depends. You'll have to judge it on various things. Like, you know, a game company like EA has a bunch of different studios. Not all of them might change in the same way, so it might be that you have to take them on a game-by-game basis. It might be that you have to, you know, take the whole lot. But we as consumers need to be aware that if we vote with our wallets, the companies which are driven by profit will change their behaviors. And if you choose not to vote with your wallet, and you vote against your interests by purchasing the game because you feel like you should, well then it's arguably working. It's the same as venture capital investments. See, at least Microsoft is an existing games company. It has a games division and elements of games knowledge inside of it. As far as I understand it, the Saudi firm is largely investor focus. Like they've invested in, I think, one other game that I know of, which was I think a Star Trek game. FIFA has gone off the rails. I think FIFA, I think FIFA's one of those games that to me never felt like it was substantially different most seasons. So I think that, you know, the kind of seasonal based game, you buy the same game every year with a few minor changes, didn't really feel right to me. I mean, yeah, microtransactions have been becoming worse in games over time. I don't agree with them fundamentally. There should be some kind of system in place, like to warn you that there's a sandstorm before you arrive in Haga Basin. Like, they should be like, there's a sandstorm here. Would you like to wait 3 minutes and then spawn? And you can say yes or no. You can just wait safely. That would be a nice little quality of life feature, right? I think FIFA terminated a bunch of their contracts a while ago, but FIFA's had some interesting stuff as an organization anyway. But if it's the whole of EA that's been sold, that's a huge swathe of businesses, companies, developers. And that could be a bit of a worrying time for the games that might not be as economically viable as others, especially if they have the focus on microtransactions or games where they can make money at scale. Because if I recall correctly, I think someone in chat said that the new company is the one behind Star Trek Fleet Command, which as far as I know is quite microtransaction heavy. But again, if they're an investment firm, it's more likely, as far as I understand it, that they invested in that game rather than are controlling its development. Oh, I absolutely despise microtransactions for power in games. I think it's insane. I think that, you know, there are certain, like, once a game has done it, that's it. Like, pay to win just sucks. It just sucks. It's just not fun. Cosmetic stuff is not paying to win. That's not paying for power. That's paying for a customization, which I think is completely fair and reasonable and a really good and proven way of sustaining your game in development. Uppies. Yep. I fundamentally dislike pay to win. Is in many of its models, I don't think that pay to win works. I think as soon as in Eve when Eve was always pay to win because you could buy money, you could buy ISK with Plex. That was always a thing. You could also earn your in-game subscription with that work. That was always part of Eve. When they introduced skill injectors so that you could skip the time it took to get to the time that it took to get to the end game, to get to the biggest ships, the best ships, that killed Eve for me. That moment when you could be like, oh, I've got 100 billion. I'm gonna buy 5 Rorqual pilots, inject them all up to the max mining levels, and I'm just gonna absolutely ravage this belt. Use the money to make more. That's what everyone did. Skill injectors and the microtransactions related to those killed EVE Online entirely for me. It took all of the fun out of the game. It was always, oh, I'll just inject that skill, or my PI ults are extracting skill points, so I can just inject them to my main, or all kinds of stuff. Like it just became, I don't know. It took the life out of the game. I really like cosmetic purchase being a thing. That's what I enjoyed about things like League of Legends when I played that. I really enjoyed changing the kind of the feel of the character depending on what skin I was playing. I used to play DJ Sona because, as you know, I play healers in most things, chat. Playing like DJ Sona was great fun for me. I enjoyed that a lot, and there's a lot of songs by that are from that like skin set that I really I liked enough that I bought that skin. Like that was enjoyable. Like that was cosmetic that just changed a little bit about how the game kind of felt. It didn't, I don't know. What is going on with the top of my Sandcrawler? Those lights are getting a bit weird, aren't they? I don't know. I think that the increase in microtransaction in games has become a concern for me, and when a game starts saying it has microtransactions, even if it's just cosmetic, you now have to be really careful to read through and be like, okay, well, is this cosmetic actually providing power in game or not? It's not even like you can buy a currency and do X, Y, and Z with it. It's gone beyond that. Oh, shit. It all started with horse armor, yeah. I just think a lot of people fundamentally don't want to see microtransactions in the games. Like, we have, you just want to play your game. You just want to like, if you're going to buy the game, don't put microtransactions. If it's a free-to-play game, I can maybe understand it. But most of the time when you've got a free-to-play game, those microtransactions become very predatory. They just seem to have no limitation of what's okay and no cap on how much a player can indebt themselves to the game. I do indeed, lukewarm. Yes. Yeah, part of Exile has been done quite well, I think, as far as I understand it. I might also get more. I kind of want to get a Raven on one arm. I'm just not sure in what kind of pose. Potentially one on both arms and get Hugin and Munin. Or, those of you who know some obscure lore, I think the crow is called Blagden. If people know what that's from, you can get 10 points. You can get 10 chrono points, which is good, which are hard to come by. I forget about them normally. Yes, it's Flash. Yeah, we're part of the same group. What can you change those points for? I don't know. Prizes? They're more. I'll be honest with you. If you knew who that is, I'd be like, yeah, you're my kind of people. It's if you guys know the inheritance cycle, the Aragon books. Blagdon is a white raven who lives in the Elven City, and is fundamentally mad but magical, and ends up putting Aragon onto a pretty interesting path forward. I'm fairly sure that the Raven was blessed with like intelligence and long life at one point. Yeah. Your cousin read Aragon? Aragon was great. It was one of the books I really enjoyed when I was growing up. They've also got a new one. If you have read the Aragon books and didn't know, Murtagh has a book now. There is no movie. We don't recognize the existence of a movie, and if you try telling me about it, I'm going to ignore it. Read the first 3 Aragon books, but haven't read the last one. I think you mean last 2. You've got Aragon, Brissinger... No, Aragon, Eldest, Brissinger... I'm having a moment now. I'm having a stronk. Yeah, I'm thrown off because the last one is called Inheritance, and it's the inheritance cycle. That's why I was questioning myself, and I was like, that can't, no, I feel like it's Inheritance, but it can't be, it's the inheritance cycle. The Rift War books are good. The Riria Chronicles, very good as well. You read the Riria Chronicles, those are very enjoyable. Making sure Sabu's paying attention now, hold on. Just grabbing bits of spice off the side. You're currently reading your way through the Horus Heresy. That's a project. I need to do that at some point. Only 41 books to go, exactly. The Horus Heresies are great, like... If someone's like, you can only read one book series for the rest of your life, just say the Horus Heresy, because it's that's like 100 books, like 200 books, like 130 something now. What did I just finish? I finished reading... what was it? 1% Lifesteal. I've moved on to... Is it Ultimate Level 1? No. I'm basically reading isekais and lit RPGs at the moment. That's basically the current vibe. Sabu. Could you get lower, please? Yeah, well, I wanted to repair the sandcrawler, but it decided to not do the thing where it puts me on the side. Nah, it's fine. We were fine. No, to be honest with you, Luther has kept up a Space Marine too. Yes, Raphael, I have not. I'll be honest with you. You've been reading the Dune book / stories in chronological order. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh. Shai Halud's just jealous of my spicing. If anything, we're cleaning up after Shai Halud. I don't know why he's so upset. How many worms I got there? Enough worms. I don't need any more worms. No more worms required. We are just dentists. This is dentistry. We're just cleaning the mouth area of the grandfather worm. We're basically doing him a favor. Keep clearing out all of this gross worm goop. Uppies. 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 Thank you. That was moderately horrifying, wasn't it? Whoop. Well, I'm ready. I love spice. Is there a weekly reset on Mushroom or something so he doesn't use it since last Monday? No, there's no weekly reset. It's all at the same time. All simultaneous. Troito, not making a full processing station near a spice blow? No, because that's going to be under threat. You're going to be in the PvP area. We made our spice processing this week. We made it in the A band, so people in the A band were able to refine spice and do stuff. RTB. I'm really enjoying my life as a Roomba, to be honest. I think I've under-Roomba'd in my life.
Yeah, we're safe now. It's going to clear us.
Cool. I shall cease to work.
Move into the passenger seat so I don't cause unnecessary damage to the through to the sand
It doesn't
crawler.
look like a Roomba though. It looks like a glorified hair trimmer. Like you're combing the desert.
You're transmitting voice code again.
Sorry about that. That wasn't intended to. I don't know why that happened. That was just, yeah, it was just the voices in my head because of the spice. Sorry, I must have mispressed the Discord volume button. Which normally offers me a "do you want to do this" option, and it didn't offer me that, it just did it. Dredge. An eldritch cute, but when you say eldritch and cute, what do you mean? Eldritch and cute. Okay, so it's got physicalized storage. It's like a little boat game. This does look like, this looks kind of fun. Similar to Metro Exodus. That's dark. That's, the Metro games are fantastic, honestly. A cozy eldritch horror game. Exploration, fishing, open world, Lovecraftian. It's such a great small game, and I'm in a list of. Oh, it has quests. Well, that's a shame. Could be a fun little game for stream. Interesting. Let's have a look at what does the negative one say. Artistic. Game gets stale fast. Short but enjoyable. Basically people's enjoyment. Some people who didn't enjoy it, people who thought it was a bit short. Okay. So most of the concerns are basically value for money and over the length of it. Okay. 125 denizens. It reminds me a bit of Sunless Sea. If any of you know what Sunless Sea was. It's not as punishing as Sunless Sea. Sunless Sea was challenging. You had to really know what you were doing and be quite careful with that. My only issue with Dredge is that the day-night cycle is very short, so you can't just fish and inventory manage before the light horror stuff becomes a factor. Great game to chill and turn it. It's about the same. See, I didn't play Dave the Diver either. I'll be honest with you. I know a lot of people recommended it, but I didn't actually get around to playing it. I think I got busy, as is my way. Thurston, sorry, I've only just seen your question. We had a big conversation about it earlier. Fundamentally, I'm really not a fan of the acquisition of EA. I don't like investment into games going the way it does when it's purely for profit, and I'm worried that that will drive what is already a profit-driven company. You know, we've got the meme of EA being profit-driven. Yeah, like I say, the investment from there's going to be even more profit-driven behavior coming from a company that's already known for being profit-driven. Eee. Who wants this spice, by the way? You can't have all the spice, but like I just there's quite a lot of spice here. Okay, you're gonna fine. There's more. When you say one load, you mean 2,000 volume? Oh, okay, so you mean they'd separate it out and transport it back? Yeah. I don't mind it. You take it. I'm fine. Yeah. Sounds good to me. I don't care. Want to make sure it was all getting taken. Are we out of space? The boomeroo. Oh, there's downstairs more spice storage. Okay, sweet. Nice. Just do 2 more for now. We'll just do 2. We'll just come back every time we check. We can just put in a couple more jobs. Yep. Actually. I needed that 280 mils. Sorry, guys. I'm ready to go, Sabby, when you are. How many stories is the large spice refinery? 5. Use sandbag. Okay, we can do that. I've got water. Yeah, see, Troytech, but that's not what's happened here, as far as I understand it. So my take on it is broadly, I would be concerned and I would want to look at any future, I would want to look at any future games with the lens of, okay, has there been any change to it? Yeah. Yes, of course, that's literally what we're talking about right now. Yeah. What we're talking about. It's certainly an interesting one, and I think that it's same as I would say with any games. Once it comes to them releasing their next set of games, look at the game, see what it is that you enjoy about it, and see whether ultimately, you know, you hope EA take Devolver's offer instead. I think EA have settled. I think it's settled, isn't it? Being acquired by Saudi Arabia. Is that guaranteed? Do this. Ba, 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 ba. Yep, PIF, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners, all cash investment worth approximately £41.2 billion. It's the largest all-cash take private investment in history. Wow. And it's expected to close in a year and a bit. So 2027 is when that's expected to do. Affinity Partners have founded. Oh, it's the son-in-law of okay, interesting. Technology investing firm. Okay, so they have invested in games before. I mean, ultimately, I don't like that PIF has a significant stake in Nintendo. That's concerning. Affinity Partners doesn't have a background in gaming and esports. Silver Lake has invested in Unity, the engine, so Silver Lake is at least close to some of the technology, but I'm not sure broadly how that one works out long term. We were talking about EA. Takaku, yeah. I've not been absorbing space for 7 hours. I did do some other stuff. I did strip down the base and stuff. Winky's got a massive gummy worm infection. That's awful. Poor Winky. He should really get dewormed for that. Very important. No, I think my concern is that that acquisition will result in a loss for the games. There's a lot of stuff from EA that we wanted to see improve for a long time. Whether or not they were turning around, this will ultimately impact that as well. Zalistan, we have a network of 15 private servers on a private world provided for us by Nitrado. So we've got basically a bunch of streaming communities. You've got Annie Fuchsia's community, Pirate Software's, Winky's, mine, Redzy, Helping Hands, Mr. Greggles, Vicky, a bunch of people who all joined. Anyone who was interested in Dune ultimately was able to join that. We had the streamers on their own kind of separate server so they could play without being mobbed or without being PvP'd against unfairly, and then Deep Desert is obviously the same as everything else. So 3 of the servers are open and public. So we've got, you know, randoms on the servers, and you know, our servers are pretty good. They're pretty enjoyable. Yeah. We've had a bit more of a community-minded experience. It was very, very kind of Nitrado, to be honest. Oh, Joe Werewolf, no, thank you very much, but that's very kind of you to say, dude. Thank you. I'm trying. We'll be doing some new games potentially later, or if not tomorrow, I'll be doing different games on stream after Deep Desert startup. So from the start of the stream, I'll probably do Dune before the stream, and then start the stream playing something else. We've got a couple of options for that, so stick around for that, and I appreciate all of you being here. I'd always love to see you on a Monday. I think it's a Monday. I'm fairly sure it's a Monday. Yeah, it's a Monday. It's a Monday. That's how you know you've got streamer brain. You don't know what day it is. You call everyone chat. You narrate what you're doing. Lord Bailey is currently asleep on my lawn. He's obviously waiting for a delicious bird to come to him. He's very cute. Mr. Chat. Sorry, Mr. Chat. I hope that you can use today to recover somewhat from the Mondays. You've got a week of 2 Mondays. What do you mean? What do you mean bank holiday tomorrow? A midweek bank holiday? Do people do that? Is that a thing? Why is... What? What is tomorrow's bank holiday? The last day of September? I feel like that's an important one. Oh, Canada. Like, why would you do it on a Tuesday unless it was a really important one? National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. That sounds like a banking holiday. I guess we're going to reconcile all of the accounts. Oh, First Nations thing. Okay, that's cool. It's a very Canadian holiday. Oh, Unicorn reach around. I'm not sure if you heard me say earlier, but thank you very much for your resub, buddy. Very kind of you. Thank you for being here. Oh. It does sound like quite a Canadian holiday, I'll be honest with you. Like, all love and respect to you know, to the Canadians. But some of your holidays are very odd. I can't do October 17th and 19th because that's during TwitchCon. I'm in San Diego I'm in San Diego Smoky Smokersome at that point. So unfortunately I won't be able to take part in that 3-day Server Slam open test, and that's a really weird time for Arc Raiders to do that. You'd think that they wouldn't do it in the middle of one of the larger streamers being off. Oh, this Friday is the day of German unity. Gosh. German unity is in the separation of Germany after World War II, I'm assuming. Bit of a shame on Arc Raiders, but I'm sure if I reach out or something, I might be able to ask if there's any other access or something. Might have some people to do some reaching out for me, which will take a significant amount of pressure off of me soon. I'll be looking forward to that. US bank holiday on the 13th? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so, Dekaku. When I was a teenager, I visited Germany for a history trip because I've always liked history, so I did history at we call it college, but it would be the last 2 years of high school for the US, and part of my modern history course was going to Germany. Hit the ground, spice in. Oh, that was indeed a yeet drop, yeah. Yeah. Such a small amount of residue left there, but even a single bit of spice does show up. And it doesn't appear to be updating when I've driven over it. Well, yes, Thurston, there is the other side of the EA acquisition is that increase in budgets. If they are willing to invest further into the studios that EA and basically the game franchises that EA holds, then you could see a massive spike in EA games. You could see a return to things like Command and Conquer. We don't know, but it would be nice. But I can't ever guarantee it. You never know. So it could mean a bunch of games we wouldn't have otherwise got. Oh, chorus. Well, I mean, but good luck with that. I know that it's rough times out there in certain industries, particularly inside the tech industry at the moment. Times are pretty tight. What kind of roles are you looking at, chorus? If you don't mind me asking. Maybe you should pick up weld. I mean, welding's always a very reliable trade. I've got a friend who's a welder, and she does very, very well, actually. Within game production and project management, you're a producer and project manager. That's very, very cool, to be fair, chorus. I imagine that most companies are looking for you to relocate, though, at the moment for that, and that's going to be a challenge. I imagine it's the kind of role that companies generally want you to relocate for, right? Your brother traveled Europe being a welder. That's really cool. Just basically just taking jobs where he could, ploppy slow. That kind of thing. Whoop. 1 second. Yes, vibe welding doesn't seem like a thing, but there's quite a lot of vibe coding going on. We don't vibe code here, we vibe crawl. Vibe crawling is the one. A crazy one on a boat building yard in Germany. That's incredibly cool. I mean, what an interesting way of doing it. You were looking to locksmithing and plumbing, but you don't have the crack for it? Very funny. It's a 2-year evening course. You missed getting the regular observer winners from Twitch drops like 2 months ago. You meant to get those in future. Zalistan, yes, we asked the devs a few weeks back and they confirmed that yes, once all of the observer drops have been released, you will be able to regain them. Yes, yeah. They will be made available to you. We don't know what method yet, but they should be available to you in-game, was what we were told. Spicing is going very, very well. Thank you, Pan Miyagi. Yeah, we are uber spicing. Not a problem, bud. Absolutely happy to help as always. They've also said, I believe, the Atreides officer outfit will be available again as well. You missed one? Yeah, not a problem. Of course, as soon as I know the method that you guys can do to get that back, I will ping it in, I'll ping the information to you as soon as I can, really. I would also like a Harko officer outfit. I think that I've got, you know, Thor's modeling career kicked off now, and I think doing another one would be great. We need more Harko building. I think we just need more Harko outfits and stuff in general. I think a lot of the Harko stuff is it's something a strange way of Harko, and I think we need some more normal, like, generic Harko stuff, because the Atreides stuff just has real normal-looking building pieces. We need some of those for the Harko, just like kind of plain black kind of foundations, for example. Well, I think the building is one of the best parts of the game. And that's why, you know, the Dune set that we got for the DLC, that is being expanded out for everyone. Like they're expanding that set out precisely because they want building to be more of a focus. So I think that, yeah, by putting more work into the building pieces, more work into how we're doing on across all the building areas, not just Harkonnen, yeah. I think that they'll be doing a good stead for the game to release just more building pieces. Some of the best part of the game is building now. I'll be real with you. I quite enjoy building a little bit. I still will only make boxes. Round bases, nah, not feeling that yet. Uppies. Uppies. Thank you. He's just chilling over there. A Bestagun base, that's a cool thing to do, Sassy made. The Hexagon base, I quite liked our Hexagon base. It was just a little bit inefficient because of its lack of vertical space that we had. The end game goal at the moment is to, I mean, we were basically on to take the stuff down that we made last week. We're basically helping a few new community members get some more spice, having a little bit of fun chilling. I'm getting back into the whole swing of streaming again because I took a few days off last week because I had some stuff to do. And yeah, we're doing that. We might... Chat recommended a couple of games earlier, so I might try one or two of them out, which is interesting. Why should these particles deal damage? Protec. You change your base in the rift from granite to Hark over the weekend. It looks much more menacing, but you've got a crap ton of stone. Yeah, you just chuck the granite. Like, you just don't use it. Or you can donate it to someone who does need it. Babu sometimes asks for it. I'm glad you got it sorted. Yeah, stability seems to be the weird one, because obviously you have many more pieces, and it counts, I think, pieces away from the support, rather than it counting distance from support. So if you've got triangles, you need to do twice as many triangles to get across the same gap. Is he back to War Tales since the FIFA update? I'm now quite excited about Kingmaker, to be honest with you. That comes out on the 8th. We'll play that for a couple of days, then Battlefield comes out on the 10th, so we'll have a bunch of cool shooty games. Probably have a couple of chill games in there as well that we can do, which would be nice. You'd like to see a Harkonnen lamp which changes the lighting to natural lighting found on the Harkonnen planet. That would be quite cool. That would be nice. Be a nice feature. I've heard good things about Soul Mask. Yeah, when that reaches 1.0, I might check that out. Very fun game. I'm glad. Okay, it's very... nothing happening alarming down there or on comms chat. Don't worry. There wasn't you didn't see the carrier just kind of jank sideways. Why do you think Prince of Persia specifically, Thurston? You've got Lost Womp Rat and the Great Goddess Freya are the chat members who are in the other one. Harrier pilots, eh? Please stop playing Conkers with a Sandcrawler. No, I'm not going to stop playing Conkers with a Sandcrawler. If they didn't want us to play Conkers with them, they wouldn't have put them on the end of strings, on the end of carriers. And I wish that they had better physics so that I could swing them to and from each other like a big battering ram. I'd like to be able to like kind of swing and yeet them into like small caves. I think that would be good fun. When we were speaking about League of Legends earlier, this is one of the songs from that. One of DJ Sona's modes. I do want to yeet my Sandcrawler. I want to be able to swing it back and forth and yeet the Sandcrawler into a ring mouth with like a bit more I don't know, a bit more realistic physics than I do currently, where I had to yeet Thor with just the dropping part of it, which won't be as fun. Dear developers, I would like the ability to yeet my sandcrawler like a battering ram. But just think about, like, if something is suspended below a blimp, it's going to be kind of moving around quite a lot, right? There's not really that much difference from the carrier. Why are those lines so tense? Buggy, exactly, like buggy bowling, yeah. Slide tricks, yes, there is still half of the desert which is PvP. The other pilot's like lowering their sandcrawler gently and Sabu just drops me. I'm like, I'm fine with it. You're currently cooking the duralumin that will make your first spice refinery. Well, congratulations, Mr. Dave. That's a massive step. You're kind of stepping into the end, like in towards endgame now, towards the final kind of straight. When you stabilize at tier 6. So congratulations, bud. It's a big step. Yeah, the worm can't smell me because of the engine fumes, because the engine is so damaged. At level 177, very nice. I'm glad you're still enjoying the game, Just Dave. I'm really glad. You gotta get back to the XP grind. I mean, you can reach around. You don't have to. Excuse me. You gotta get back on the XP grind. Like, you don't have to grind 200. 200 isn't like a big goal. It's not actually like. It's just basically like where the game cuts off and says you can't go any further just yet. If you don't want to do that now and you want to do that later on when you've got more games you're enjoying in the meantime, you should enjoy those games, bud. Like, you should enjoy the games that you want to play. You'll hit that content drought now the last optional contracts are cleared up? Well, yeah, that's what I'm hitting now, is that contact drought. Uppies. Uppies. Where is he? Oh, there he is, yeah. I mean, ultimately, Unicorn, as you go through the game, like, you will find that you don't need some of those survival skills that you needed before, so doing a couple of respecs, I've actually found that, yeah, certain abilities that I thought I'd need, I don't actually need. So, yeah, it's a thing. I gotta tell ya, the shoe fits my little Cinderella. Smoke Sandstorm was kind of the end game. And that's the nature of a lot of these survival games. A lot of skills that you have early on, like, you won't need forever. That's a whole thing. Like, in DayZ, for example, or in Rust, when you collect early game resources, you won't need all of the resources forever. And so if there were skills in that, which there are in Dune for harvesting, you might be like, actually, no, I don't need those early game resource processing skills because I want to focus on late game stuff. That's a choice at the time. So respecking is certainly worth doing. Once you decide that you are focusing more on combat, or as you go down certain trees of combat that you find that you like more. The bedazzle skill with 15% extra glitter is imperative for your lore-accurate Harkonnen suit. Outfit. That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. Obviously, that's a must-take skill for you then, Dikaku. Get. Fuck off. Rude one. Wild worms. Sabu, tomorrow... Oh, wait. Sabu. Tomorrow, I won't be making a fob. Okay. That's it, chat. Tomorrow, I'm not making a fob. Like, this is the only content that's left for the game, so tomorrow we'll be playing something different. Who knows what it will be? It'll be exciting.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Two more hours of spicing, chat. That's what we've got. Isn't this our fourth full sandcrawler load? That's 300,000 spice sand just on us. Okay. So you did 26 runs times 10. 28 runs, okay. So basically we did nearly 300,000 spice on Tuesday and 300,000 spice today. Seven, if you're on our servers, I will more than happily donate some melange because we've got quite a bit of it. If you're on the pirate servers, we're happy to help out. We believe in helping people catch up. You've been living the solo life, all your friends stop playing, you might check it out. I mean, yeah, like you say. That's, I think a lot of people's friends have largely fallen away from the game because of content droughts or end game concerns. Hi, Bailey. Look at this little bubba. Hello. Who's a lovely baby? Meow meow. Oh, hello. You. The real streamer. Shabamarok, that's not the case, bud. That you should see worm sign in the harvester. We've been getting worm sign correctly since the patch. Repairing on the ground didn't bug anything. That's the way it was before when we weren't getting worm sign, because beforehand, for some reason, sand crawlers weren't causing aggro. Now they are once again correctly summoning the worm. Because it was completely broken before. Like, we could sand crawl without summoning the worm whatsoever. We could just drive along the sand in the sand crawl without ever summoning any worm aggro. It was insane. We drove 15 kilometers through the deep desert because we could. So that's been fixed. That bug that has been resolved. We played a game when that was the case, where once a crawler was full, we would try and run away from our carriers. I mean, the circle means that at all times you are gathering spice, right? Then you're more than welcome to come join us for spice harvesting runs. If you're in chat and we're doing stuff, like when I say to people we need a crawler and a pilot, you can bring whatever you want. You're more than welcome to join us, bud. Hi, Bailey. Hi. He's a good boy. You're a good boy, aren't you? Oh. Yeah, you want to rub your face on my desk? Of course you do. You love rubbing the face on the desk. Where have you gone? He is the Meowster. The Meowster streamer. Look at him, he's such a good boy. He's asking why I'm not on the sofa for him to sit on my lap, because yesterday he slept on me for like 6 hours back to back. Wild. Or tradies, chat. Or tradies. Like I said today, and you are more than welcome. Any member of the community is welcome to join. Oh. I'll be right back, chat. I'm just going to go make sure that Bailey has been fed. looks like we're punching through a storm. Oh, did you enjoy the sniffers while I was gone? Very important. I'm hoping you all breathe deeply for me. Good job. Proud of you. Thank you very much. I will indeed hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. Right, what have I got on? Catch you later, Sassy May. Thank you very much for being here. It's always a pleasure. Always, sure as always gathering spice during a circular motion. It's more case me wondering, there's a certain threshold at which would be more efficient to go in straight lines, have a thin splice between the lanes and go through again to spot the others. We've been trying it to and from Dikako. I think ultimately because of the way the ring mouth is set up around a central point, it's different to a planted or cultivated field, which is always going to have, you know, square boundaries, or it's going to be set up with human boundaries. Because this is a circle, going around and around in a circle and just keeping constant motion up means that at all times you're absorbing some spice. Going back and forward, I'm sure people will argue back and forward about it. There's no objective way to do it, but I think that broadly that's the right way of doing it is in the circles. From 10,000 spice sand, you get 200 melange. Yes, Spook. Yeah. I guess if it was a square shape, you would want to basically do a spiraling in square, or you could do it in squares, but also you can't easily line things up. Yeah, so if you could easily do the squares, like... I'm just going to move a couple of bits of spice back and forward, because we're completely, like, stocked full. So if I just do a couple of runs, it just makes it a bit easier for the next load, which is about to get dropped off, because otherwise we're going to be stuck with spice that can't go anywhere. Yes, there's a lot of functional difference between the way the sandcrawler moves. Even if the sandcrawler could map straight lines, then it would be fine. If you could tell the sandcrawler to turn around exactly 180 degrees and then bring back and then go back on itself, that would be ideal. But because it's so manual, it's just easier to do circles and just constantly self-correct. I'll be real with you, that's what it comes down to. Feel it too. Are you ready? I do love the location of this base. It's just so much nicer, like... Oh, that's full. I was right next to it, wasn't I? I should have just looked slightly to the left. It is surprising how serene sand crawling is actually when you're just going around in no circles, though. I'll be honest, it's good fun. It's just quite peaceful, to be honest. It's quite zen. Not that I'm not sure I know what true peace is when it comes to zen, but fine. If Demnar's here, Demnar, ignore what I'm doing. It's not remotely relevant to you right now. I'm not touching summoner. No, like I'm not. No. That'll do. That's quite nice. I don't need to be. Yeah, honestly, I'm just being ridiculous. Charon, I have emptied the. I've emptied the handbag. Thank you very much for that. Did I find the full handbag? I did. I landed and I saw the lights were flashing red, and I was like, "Oh, the handbag's full." Thank you very much, Charon. You're a legend as always. Really appreciate that. You've been very busy. Thank you very much, Charon. It saves a lot of journeys back and forth now. And it means I'm just going to leave a lot for you and Sabu, really. Would you lie with me and just forget the world? I'm glad you're taking the numbers seriously with the 60-40 split and the 10% perpetuity thing, because to be honest with you, I'm not exactly counting, am I? Let's be real. We've got some melange. Some. I know of Mrs. Brown Jam. I don't know who that is, no. Indeed, Vivus. Someone is still very much work in progress. We want your feedback on this upcoming episode as we continue. So it's on the PTR from the 30th. So they're giving everyone one notice of the summoner on PTR. Waiting for Sabu, my base to res, so I can drop off the last batch of my third... Wow, we're fine. No, Tritech, I think I know who you mean. Isn't Mrs. Brown's Boys the film? I didn't know Mrs. Brown Jam. I didn't know Jam was the surname. That's what threw me off. What happens when my wings break? You crash. It's not ideal, but we like having a wing gamber here. No. Okay, chat, let me just check what the integrity of the wings is. 1 second. There's a lot of great classic British sitcoms, yeah. Yeah, sitcom I think is situational comedy. I'm not too sure, I just know they are just called sitcoms, essentially. Where's Sabu's container? That was Demnar's collection of small fuel cells, and they're gone. It's long gone uncommon. They don't exist anymore. It's gone. Someone can do some heals. Fine. The Bard, I think, can do some heals. It was always, I think, expected that the Summoner would do it, but I don't know. I'm still waiting for the very two-dimensional classes to actually be expanded about. Like, I was expecting to be able to get my cleric to be a cleric cross class at some point, but we just haven't seen anything on that. So it's a bit difficult to judge right now, Ashes. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a weird one. No, Chara, I think we are good on fuel cells now. Thank you very much. No, don't worry, Charon, you're alright, no. Somebody thought that it was Sabu who was trying to keep all the small fuel cells, but no, it was Demnar. A different moderator gremlin. Well, yes, Phoebus, but that's the whole attraction point of Ashes of Creation for me is that multi-classing system. That's really cool. Like, you know. So I know the secondary classes might be difficult to get right, but like that's what they promised. They promised us, what is it, 81, 64 classes? I can't remember now. I've lost track of that. I can't remember if there's 9 or 8. But fundamentally, like, you must learn. Oh, no worries, Uncommoner. No melange. That sounds like whoever's making your food should give you some melange. If you're making your food, you should give you some melange. You deserve melange for you. You have none. You're bland and spicy. Our cuisine is great. We stole the spices and we made chicken tikka masala, which isn't even a thing. But you know, that's made in either Birmingham or Manchester, one of the two. We did do some stuff with that spice. British Indian cuisine is great. You're down to only 7,000 melange, or you've ordered a curry for tea. Oh, see. What have I got for dinner? Probably going to make pasta of some kind. I've got fusilli to use up. I definitely haven't been creating the pasta wars elsewhere on Twitch, don't worry. Good luck, Uncommoner. Enjoy your leftover chili. Sounds very nice. Leftover chili is always better. Like something like chili the next day is always better because the way that like the flavors infuse properly. Like if you make spaghetti bolognese, it's better the next day. Like if you make a chili like the next day, or next day chili, next day curry, oh, it's great. I forgot to fill up my inventory with spice. I can't believe it. We will do our wing gamba soon as well, because look at this. This is very red. They're Christmas wings. I got them at Christmas and I've been using them since. Nothing survives the Coriolis storm. It does tell me every single time. I will do the wing gamba after the ads, chat. So after we've done the ads, we will do the wing gamba. Thank you all very much for ads. We normally pause for ads if there's anything that's kind of substantial, you know, content story-wise. But I'll be honest with you, you don't really care about me doing the final couple of runs back and forth of this before we go back to spice harvesting. So we'll do the wing gamba after those ads. The ads are here. Whoop. Just remember that 2-hour timer is until the Coriolis storm starts, not till the peak of it, but it does make it a little bit more difficult to transport. Yeah, it's not, that's when the reset is. It's that is when it starts to build. Let's get that wing gamba done. I know roughly what it is, but actually it will have decreased since I last checked, so even I don't know what the answer is, chat. It's double blind. The odds don't matter. Bailey always wins. That's true. Okay. So, these are the wings, chat. Let me go set the wing gamba up. Manage prediction. Start prediction. There we go. 2 minutes. Decide on what you think these wings are at. It's a wing gamba. You guys think it's 13 to 14%? Oh. You think it's 35? Unfortunately, I don't think it's 35%. Otherwise, I would have given you that as an option. Whoop. And then you guys can see the wings. There you go. This is your time to vote. Most of you seem to be pretty committed on 13 to 14%. Ticking down, we've got 15 seconds left or so. You think 16%? We've had wings get lower than this before. Okay, that is the end of the gamba. I can reveal 17%. Many of you thought it was far, far lower. So that means that 23% of the points are going to, oh, the 23% of people got it right. There we go. Prediction ended. Good job. You guys always think it's far lower than it is. It does interest me. I do wonder. Good job, Fujikawa and others. Oh, wait, no, were you with, wait, was it 3? Was it Spook who won? Who knows? I can't see anymore. Good job, Phoebus. Congratulations. Oh, I'm sorry, Fujikawa. Better luck next time, then. Taking back the points, you bet 5k and got 20k back. I mean, good job, Dukaku. Congratulations. Oh, Fujikawa, there will always be another one, bud. Maybe we'll see how low we can get these wings before we replace them. Doable, right? Well, we kind of knew that Atreides won. I'll do one more Hall of Spice back across, because I think we're still pretty full, aren't we? There's still a lot of strip down that this base needs. Like, yeah, there's a lot to be done. Let's take some more spice across before I get... Okay, that's not too bad. That's manageable, at least. I mean, we've also got to destroy... You've also got to destroy and take those apart, which takes time and effort. Which is obviously great fun. A fight all my life. And it also, when you're stripping that down, it's not just only that it's 2 or 3 runs, but it's also that's only one person can really strip a base down. Otherwise, you end up with all the materials scattered all over. And you need them all together at the same time. Like when you take down, you know, the spice refinery, you need to make sure that you've stored all the pieces of the spice refinery together, so that when you ship everything back out the next time, you know that you've got all the elements of the spice refinery. It's not a job that actually works well if shared, which means it's more critical. So yeah, the more spice we can get moved now, the better, really, for you. I'll do a couple more runs, and we can always go out and get more spice afterwards. But like only once we've basically cleared what's there as a backlog, realistically. Wow. I don't believe that the last update did impact base power significantly, from what I could see. Apart from the ping that I put out about the changes to base power, if I'd noticed something else substantial, I would have let you know, Kawaii, because, yeah. Oh, my head. Have I already filled this up? I have already filled this up. Look, I told you, it happens. Those of you who were in chat, the guys are talking about how, like, slowly over time, 75,000 spices become, like, nothing to them. It happens. You get used to it. That's how you know you're becoming a spice enjoyer. There you go. So take the 75 and some extra. And then some extra. And then a bonus. Because that's likely to be one of your things has run out of power. It might be that for whatever reason it wasn't displaying correctly. I don't know. That's not. You're the second person today who's reported a power issue. Have any of were you running off of spiced power generators, and have any of them disappeared? Somebody reported that this morning. Battery only, yeah. See, someone was using spiced batteries, and 2 of them just disappeared off the roof of their base, so they were power dry. You were farming last night and added wind power? Okay, interesting. Yeah, it would knife upwards. How weird. Yeah. They had them on their roof, Raphael, so they were shielded, but I think they might have taken damage from the sandstorm, to be honest with you. Whoops. Come on. Grab. Luther, we're talking about Haga Basin. Yes. I'll go to do assault harvesting if I need to. But that seems like a really weird thing. The large spice refinery doesn't take storm damage. That seems silly. I don't believe that. No, Luther, we're good, thank you, bud. Right, I would put them on the ground floor, yeah. It does sound like bait, doesn't it? Not worth. Not falling for that one, chat. Nah, I'm smarter than that. You can't catch me out that easily. A comprehensive write-up on Reddit, jeez. I wonder why that is. Maybe if it's the certain part of it protruding? I don't even know. Fascinating. I'm just casually leaving myself behind. Luther? Why are there now holes in the floor?
It's on the floor. Where?
What do you mean where? What do you mean where?
There's a roof for me there.
Maybe I should have less spice. Maybe I should have more spice. I think the answer is more spice, chat. More spice. Are you guys seeing this too? I've not... I think I might have overspiced, chat. Look, if I go to a higher altitude, it's fine. Look, I'm higher up now. There's no issues up here. See, it's all fine. It was Emperor's Children colors. It's fine up here. Look, I have no reason to be concerned up here, and then I go down... I mean, I think I'm entering the spice dimension, chat. I think this is the spice realm. I think we'll need to do a restart. How weird was that, hey? It did look very cool. However, what I'm going to do, chat, is I need to go and have some food, and then I need to go do some end-of-month work for Thor before we've got a meeting this evening. So I'm actually going to... You're going to go from collecting spice with Kronos to watching Thor do death to Kronos. So I'm going to give you a raid message. Whoa, Balthazar, thank you very much for the community gift subs and the bonus to Valorant. And another 5, you're a legend. Thank you for the subs to Zuxi, to Trigo Star, to Bard, to Cyclopropy, to Crash Quato, to Hibud Envery, to Goattair, Seaborn Ginger, Sergeant Slippy Fist, Mastermind TV, Casperil, and Riddle. And another 5, Balthazar, jeez, you're a no. Okay, well, I've given you guys the raid message. Balthazar, you're a fucking legend. Thank you very much for this. Gee. Oh, dude. Dragon Skulls to Elrica to Orenduran to Kyopo. I'm gonna have to cancel the raid if you keep doing this. Otherwise, you guys are just gonna get sent. Oh well, this is the raid message, chat. I'm just gonna have to thank Balthazar in the morning. Balthazar. Balthazar's trying to break me. Oh my god. Balthazar, thank you for the 5, another 5, another 5. Creating a 1, and a 3 from Valorant. You're a legend. Good luck to all of you on the raid.